To order, if everyone will rise. Okay, here we go. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All right, Mrs. Sandoval, if you will do roll call, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Here.
Ms. Hunt Daly?
Here.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Here.
Mr. Ortiz? Mrs. Lee?
Present. We do indeed have quorum this evening. All right, are there any changes to the agenda this evening, and if so, what?
I move to strike 5, because we've already went over it at this last meeting. I don't know if you want me to read the minutes from the last meeting.
If you would please, sir.
In taking advice from Joe Gullion, he advised us to strike it from the agenda if one of the following was violated. And it's, we don't have a monthly meeting, which is the local school board shall hold at least one regular meeting each month of the regular calendar year. The office of any local school board, if a member misses 4 consecutive meetings, may be declared vacant by majority vote of the remaining members of the local school board. The office of any member, local school board, misses 6 consecutive meetings shall be vacant. Any vacancy of office of school board created pursuant to section be filled in manner as other vacancies on school board. Any member of the local school board has declared his office vacant pursuant to section shall be not be eligible for appointment to local school board until term for which originally elected. And as used in any vacancy of a local board created pursuant due to death or accident. And then our policies say we do it at the beginning of every year or every other year, but we can't do it every other year. I recommend that we go through a work session and really look at the policy of how redoing a board is, because it has been done before. I'm not saying that you guys have never just out of nowhere decided to declare a reorganization of the board. I talked to employee, I did a little bit of research and they said, yeah, sometimes they would do it for no reason, but like I said, we need to look at our policies. All I ask is, and the other thing I looked at is there's never been an interference of a board that's already been in place. Some of them went up to 4 years without any changes, and the last one went up to 2 years. That's all I have to say, Madam President.
All right. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
I'd like to respond to his reading or proposing advisory council to this in our board council. The towns that request to strike that from the agenda. We, as you well know, in past history, NMSBA will always give us advisory policy. It's not by law, not required by law, and so currently our board policy does allow for it. And so I question you need to strike it from the agenda, to leave it on the agenda. And I think as a board member, every board member is entitled to ask for a reorg at any time. If that shifts, if we do go into discussion of changing the board policy, versus that one that was applied, it's approved. We do have to structure our meeting according to our board policy. It's not just allowed for the organization to be called at any time. So I will challenge you.
All right, is there any other changes to the agenda?
Let me ask you a question. Madam President, how are you handling this striking? Are you just going to take one vote that would include the strike and include the rest of the agenda as to be approved?
That is what we did in the last meeting. But I believe that the board can ask for one item, if I remember correctly. The board can ask for a vote on one, and let's pull up our.
Can you turn the mic up? Here's your mic up, it's turned up all the way. President Lee, I
Yes,
believe it's with a motion, so
Well, no matter, agreed, sir, so no matter what, we have to have a motion. And if the motion fails, then the motion fails, but if the motion carries. So
What
each, okay, so rules of order in our policy, I'm going to just touch on this. And it is our policy B1850BEDD. And it says each action item shall require motion and all motions shall require seconding. So the motion right now would be for the amended agenda. But that the board, let me see right here, just to make sure. Of course, that is the correct one. So in Robert's Rules of Orders, and this is the actual Robert's Rules of Orders, a member makes a motion to propose an action or may make a decision by saying, I move to. Another member must second the motion by saying, I second. And once someone seconds the motion, the group votes on the motion. It passes by majority of vote or a quorum, depending on the rules and the bylaws, which ours is quorum and we're all here. Amend a motion. Members use this process to change a motion and can do so by stating, I move to amend the motion. And then it doesn't say anything specific in the rules other than a board member may make a motion or may amend a motion. And so typically what we would do now would be, are there any changes? And then if so, what? And Mr. Jaramillo has moved to strike number 5, the reorganization. And then we would go to Superintendent Widener for a recommendation, and then we would go to a motion to approve the agenda as presented or as amended. And then if amended, we would cite again. And then we would have discussion about that after. So if you, sir, are calling for a singular motion about striking, that is striking something off of the agenda, not necessarily the entire agenda. Is that what you are suggesting?
It seemed to me kind of made sense, if, if you don't wanna have this one item, so then you could just move to, see if there's a majority vote to delete that, so then that's deleted, then you go back to the motion to approve the amended meeting, which would exclude the deletion, and then you'd be back to square one. And correct me if I'm wrong, or help me to understand, is that, you'd have to go back to, board member Padrino, when you made your motion, let's have you restate it again so I can hear it clearly. The
If
whole
you
thing.
really wanna know my feelings about it.
No, I just wanna know the motion.
Well, the motion is I move to strike number 5 on the agenda.
Okay.
And
that's it.
And I'm just leaving it
So
at
then
that.
you would want a second for that,
Right.
and then if there's a second, then the motion would be for the striking
Majority.
of that alone.
Just that.
And then you take a vote and either it goes up or down, and whatever happens, it either stays on the agenda or it's deleted. Then we go back to the main motion, to the motion to approve the agenda that we made. Am I correct?
Well, I understand that that's what you are asking.
Yeah.
And so if we are moving to strike something from the agenda and then going into, making the motion and then seconding, then that would be striking it from the agenda. And so then, in essence, we as a board are accepting the entire agenda with that being stricken. So, but I'm trying to clarify, but what you are asking is that we separate the entire agenda by just seeking a vote on this one item. And then the agenda would then be presented without that item for approval. Is that what you are asking?
When I asked, Board Member Jaramillo to restate his motion, then he was seeking a second. And it was solely for deleting that particular item.
One.
And that's what he wanted to do. So logically, I just thought that that's all he wanted to do. And so we would vote, and then if we delete it, then you would go back to a agenda that has a deleted or an agenda that it has to remain. So it's sort of like two. What you're saying is that if we approve the agenda, we would approve it with the motion to delete the one, and the one motion.
Correct,
That's what I understood.
correct, because that is what we have done
Yeah,
at all of our past meetings, is I have asked the board if there are changes to the agenda, and everybody has been able to make their suggestions. And then we ask after the suggestions if the agenda would be approved with the listed changes
So-
all together. That's what we've done in the past.
let me think this through. So if I were to vote in favor of a motion that includes everything, including the deletion of this one, then I'm voting for accepting his and also the remainder.
Correct,
If I vote the negative, then I'm voting not only against his motion, but I'm voting against the whole agenda.
correct.
But what if I don't wanna do that? What if I
Right.
still care, what if I still believe that the remainder of the agenda, I still go along with?
So
I'm
that
just
would,
trying to help
that
you to
would be
understand that.
understood. So that would mean that we would need to have two different motions, which we have never done before.
However, it's our.
But it'll be
Prerogative, no,
safer,
under-
but it'll be safer
understood.
for whoever votes.
Understood,
It's, yeah, for me, it would be much more clear. that,
Understood.
That if I voted, when he made this motion, he made it specifically to delete that, and he requires a second. And when we get a second, then typically what follows is, in terms of, decision making, is that we then decide what to do with that.
correct.
And so once we do that, then we know that that doesn't exist anymore, or it still remains as part of the agenda, then we go back to the main motion, which is to approve the agenda either with it or without it, and then just go ahead. That's, I apologize, but that's the way I was looking at it myself.
But how do you usually look at it? So what if it was in presentations, then how would you handle it then? If I hadn't have said that?
Well, I only went with
So
what
then
you said. Yeah, and basically you just said that, and you said it very clearly, you said to strike and you make a motion too, and so whenever someone makes a motion, there's always a need for a second. And that's what I was saying,
Right,
that's all.
understood. So, again, to clarify, so what Guy is saying, I believe, was that if you had said, not I move to strike, but these are the items that we would like changed to the agenda, then there would have been, after all of the items, then there would have been a motion for everything. But with him having made the motion initially to strike right away, we would need a second to strike and remove that from the agenda. But I am uncertain genuinely how we would then have the rest of the agenda that we want amended after this amendment here. Does that make sense, sir?
So the adoption of the agenda. And we have those listed there. And we know that we have to adopt the agenda, that's the.
Correct,
that's our
otherwise we have no
task.
meeting.
Otherwise, there's no meeting. So what we are offering ourselves is an opportunity, if there's a need to lead something. And we've done so in the past. And we know that we can vote up or down whatever is deleted. And
Correct.
that we would ultimately get back to the purpose of the meeting, which is to adopt the agenda that exists there. That's my understanding. I don't know if there's any difficulty in doing that.
Twice.
No.
Well, just for all clarification, is once something is removed from the agenda, nothing can be added, only you can take away. So if we did remove something from the agenda, then we are not then able to add afterwards to the agenda.
Well, help me to understand when you mean add, like what else would we add?
So, well,
We would add what's remaining.
correct. So if we are to hold a motion and vote for striking, and then we call the agenda, done there, somebody would have to move to adopt the agenda again.
Mhm.
And at that point, what has been stricken from it cannot be re-added because you are not able to add something to an agenda in the meeting.
It would be my
You're
understanding-
only able to modify or remove.
It's my understanding that Walter just wanted to get it removed. And so there would be no option to add it.
Correct.
And
That's just the clarification right now.
the only remaining thing would be to adopt an agenda that has all the remaining things, with
Correct.
the exception of the important board reorganization. If we vote to deny a deletion, then it remains as part of the agenda for the complete approval of the agenda.
Okay,
And then,
That's what I think.
then it has to be exercised.
And it would be still there.
Right.
So the only thing he was trying to do is take it out. And if we took it out, then we would be going back to a motion to approve the agenda without the board reorganization. If we voted to
Keep
deny
it.
deny his motion, then he would remain in there.
correct.
That's my understanding.
But so my confusion is why we would need to vote 2 times on the agenda. So, and
So how,
I've,
you wanna know how we can combine it to do one?
to do one, which is what we have always, well, in my experience on the board,
Right,
I'll clarify that, we have done one, we have, everybody who has had anything to amend has stated such. And so Walter could remove the motion right now
and any of them,
and
not
say
even
that
one,
he
just look at a
would,
different
he
one.
would just like the agenda amended with striking that. And then if any other board members had anything that they would like amended on the agenda, they could share what that amending would be also.
What are your thoughts?
Does that make sense? I mean, that's what we've done.
Yeah, that's what we've done and that's what we did it the last time.
Yeah, that's how it's all, I mean, it makes,
Never-
you're just voting on the agenda, you're voting on everything else.
When you threw it
Would you-
off is when you said, the motion.
When you said it
So-
in the way you did, it,
You'd have to restate your comment and say, I'd like to strike number 5 out of the agenda. And then leave it there. No motion.
No, cause
Then
I'll
she'll
call
ask for the
for,
motion
I'll call
for
for the motion
the agenda with
with the stated changes.
5 deleted, something.
Right, with that, yes.
See, that's what threw me off.
It was the motion right away.
Yeah,
Okay, understood.
so
So,
with all,
Clarity.
everybody's indulgence, let's,
so for clarity, are there any changes? Will you withdraw your motion so that we can restate?
I withdraw my
yeah, there's no
motion.
second, so we can do that.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, so are there any changes to the agenda, board members, and if so, what?
I would recommend to remove number 5, board or reorganization.
Okay, and then are there any other changes to the agenda, board members?
Yes, I would also like to not strike but table, under presentation, letter A. Do you need a reason why?
Well, you can ask that, but it's already been tabled once. And we have Mr. Armijo here.
I think the reason why is because I don't understand why we're outsourcing the IT department or duties unless we have not received any kind of report from IT that there are any problems like this. There are things that they're limited to before we consider outsourcing it. I would personally, definitely would like to hear from the coordinator of IT to explore any problem areas that they're having that would call for outsourcing those services. We've never had a report, and my understanding is that they are doing the job. I mean, perfect example was the other night when we had the special board meeting, and we had a lightning strike. And I had it at my house, and I didn't have no IT person to help me out, but when it happened here, then my leader is
Callie.
was on staff, on board immediately to help handle the situation.
Right.
Now, I don't know for that what the services are. would they be on board in order to, I don't know that, so I would like to hear a report from IT as to what services, we've never heard that they have a problem. And so we did another one. This makes me wonder, is there a specific reason why? And who better to hear from the problem areas from the IT coordinator? Who is his name?
Coordinator?
Isaac.
The FOIA, to hear from directly from Mr. FOIA. So they add that to strike that to table, even though it's been tabled once before, and we never asked for it. Reason why we tabled it. We should have asked for report before we added it back to the agenda. Thank you.
So to clarify, Ms. Hunt Daly, as we do have Mr. Armijo here for the presentation, would you be amenable to allow him to do the presentation? However, there's an action item that you could ask to be removed, because I believe hearing the presentation is fair to all of the people in the district to hear what can be provided. And then as far as taking action, that would be something that you could request hearing from the coordinator and the director that handle all of the IT. Does that make sense, ma'am?
We would be hearing from, during the presentation, what services they can provide. I have no way of knowing what services our IT already provides. And see
Right.
where you're asking us to consider better services, no services, other services, I don't know, because I don't know what IT provides. I strictly would, I'm sorry, Mr. Adamio, but I want to hear.
I need a connection.
Oh, you don't have any?
They didn't meet with-
There's a motion that we typically would make is when you get to a motion that's been tabled, you need to lay it on the table. That's a motion, I motion to lay it on the table. That means that brings it back to the table for presentation.
Right, which was done at the last meeting,
No, we tabled it.
correct?
Okay, we take it, we need to act to reverse that. And so that's what we need to do, and that takes precedence. So you have it on the agenda, that means you want to reverse the table, you want to for discussion. That's what you're doing. Everything.
And the strike should have never came back.
Well, it was tabled, am I correct? Okay, then it means that it's supposed to come back, and someone needs to
Okay,
bring it back to.
so just to clarify, I'm sorry I'm interrupting on this
No,
one,
that's okay.
but I
We're helping you.
taking, we are. So thank you for the clarification on take up a previously tabled item. So that would happen. Yes, it needs a second. Can it be debated? No. Can it be amended? No. Votes needed, the majority. So basically, you can't table something that is already, tabled.
No, but you can bring it back for consideration,
Correct.
which is what the intention is.
Right, but
Since it's
Ms.
on the agenda,
Yes,
the intention is to have it be acted upon or presentation. be
Correct.
Accomplished.
correct.
That's,
But Ms. Hunt Daly is asking to table it again when we haven't brought it back to the table yet.
that's correct.
So that you wouldn't be able to, Ms. Hunt Daly, you wouldn't be able to table it a second time when it hasn't been brought back to the table. We haven't
Reconsider.
considered bringing that back. So that wouldn't be a part of amending the agenda. Because, and Dr. Guy, Ron, if you've had tabled items before, it would be on the agenda and then at the time of that item, there would need to be a motion to bring it back to the table. Is that correct? Or do you
Yeah,
do
we
that?
don't normally use, we're not really strict on Robert's rules of order, and the NMSBA tells us that, is that most school districts don't really, follow it strictly.
You just bring it
And
back.
we have a modified approach that, in order to
Understood.
simplify small school districts that have five members, and so it makes it easier, instead of following all the ins and outs of the other rules, we do the modified. And if you look at the policy, at the NMSBA's website, they mention that, and they say that there's, that, and I'm looking for the section that has to do with table, okay? And that's something that you would look at too. It's good to look at that so you can use it as a resource. And right now, I'm trying to find that section.
But this is by putting it on the agenda, doesn't that present it? That's what we're discussing, putting it on the agenda, then we're untabling it back on the agenda. And either I amend my motion to strike it or to table it. And I don't think there's, looking at the policy, I don't think there's anything that says that we can table something twice.
I've not heard of this question. And if I could find the section that states a simplified version of then I would. And it shouldn't take too long. Let's put it this way, is it, the board needs to be able to move its agenda along.
I agree.
And so, we need to,
Let me ask a question then, so if I remove my recommendation, but pick it up later after the presentation and remove it from an action item, is that tabling and tabling again? Or can I do that?
Just make you vote.
Well, I was gonna say, I think the clarity that happens there is that when it is time for an action item, that that's when, you know, you have the power of your voice to say, you know, no, you do not want to, you know, you say no to the action item.
which is asking, will she have a chance to?
Suggest tabling the,
Just the action item.
Find out more.
well, and that's what,
Okay.
it doesn't, I could not find anything that said that you cannot not make a motion for the action item, but as far as tabling,
A presentation, because the presentation is different than the action item. And so is it's just unique, the whole thing.
it is.
Okay, let me make things easy. I will remove my motion
To table.
to table the sharp presentation, but will reserve the right to consider it during action A.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just found the word that we're, I think, looking for. Ms. Hunt Daly, tabling versus postponing. So if you chose to say that you would like to postpone the action item, then that would allow that action item to be placed on the next meeting after we hear from technology about what technology has in place for the district. Does that make sense? So we would still allow Mr. Armio to do his presentation for us this evening, but you could recommend postponing the action item.
Fine.
That sounds to be what she desired at this point.
I make-
You don't have to even do a motion. We'll take it.
No, I just, will go ahead with removing my suggestion.
The
I
table,
wish to table it, but still reserve the
postpone,
right to challenge it during the action items.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's wrong with IT and he may.
Yeah. We don't have to debate, discuss that, we just need
I'll
to.
just remove
All
it.
right. I hear and got that. So
Thank you.
board members, anything else for the agenda? All right, Superintendent Widener. Is there a recommendation for approval of the agenda as amended, striking the reorganization item number 5? And Ms. Hunt Daly, did you want to postpone or leave it and we will debate it at that time? The action item,
I would like to postpone.
postpone, okay.
I don't know, well, hold on. If the board members are at the what do you say, resolution that there's nothing wrong with that. You just, let it make a presentation and we vote on it
Okay,
regardless.
all right, very good. So Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation for approval of the agenda as amended, striking item 5, the reorganization of the board?
I recommend to approve.
All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended, striking item 5, the reorganization?
I make a motion to amend to approve the agenda as noted with striking number 5.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the agenda as amended, striking item 5, the reorganization. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo,
No,
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Nay.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Adoption of minutes for June 18th. Are there, and I will be doing, as we have 2 sets of minutes, I will be doing a June 18th motion and I will also do a July 25th motion. So if there are any amendments to the minutes for June 18th? If so, what? Superintendent Widener, or is there a recommendation, sir?
I recommend to approve the minutes from June 18th.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented for June 18th, 2024?
I make the motion to approve the minutes of June 18th, 2024.
And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the minutes for June 18th, 2024 as presented. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daily?
Nay.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Here we go again. Are there any amendments to the minutes for the July 25th, 2024 meeting? And if so, what? All right, Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation?
I recommend that we approve the minutes from July 25th.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented for the July 25th, 2024 meeting?
I'll move to approve the minutes for July 25th, 2024.
Thank you. And a second? I will second those. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Mrs. Lee to approve the minutes as presented for the July 25th, 2024 meeting. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Mrs. Sandoval, roll call please.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daily?
No.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Mr. Widener, recognitions, sir.
At this time, it's my honor to present and recognize a young man of extraordinary caliber. We, as a school board, selected our candidates that we would recommend to the NMSBA for their scholarships. And not every year does a candidate from Grant-Cibola County Schools get selected. And so we recommended an extraordinary young man from Grants High School. He graduated in May. It's my pleasure. This young man received a $1,250 scholarship. My pleasure to introduce you guys to Ethan Willie.
You wanna tell them about yourself?
His application.
Yes, yes, wonderful, congratulations. Yeah.
Jennifer, get the picture.
Well, this feels very honorable to have this. I never knew I was selected for this, but I just want to say thank you guys for making me a candidate. So, this is appreciative and I'm really very thankful. I do plan on going to MSU for my bachelor's degree in business. So I'll be heading down there very soon in August. And August 17th. So that's my plan for my future.
Well, congratulations and best of luck to you.
Who's your family? Are they in the area?
My mom, her name is Sandy Woodman, and my dad is Dennis and Willie. And we are from here, well, I was born here, My parents are from the Navajo Nation, so they're from that area. So,
Well, it's gonna, this is some congratulations to all of you. It's a family affair. Okay, well done. I'm sure they're proud of you.
thank you.
And as I read through your Vita inspiration, you have very extraordinary skills and a mindset that makes your determination even more as you go on. And you could have chosen a better school. Even being at New Mexico State, still remember the fight song and everything else. Okay. Get quick speak from you, make us proud, and when you're done, come back and present to the board. What you did, what you learned. We don't often ask from the.
I agree with you. I agree. Yes, sir.
Make it a point from that. Appreciate it, thank you. Good luck.
Yeah, great.
Congratulations.
That concludes the recognitions.
Thank
President.
you. Mrs. Sandoval, are there any citizens to address the board this evening?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Widener, presentations.
All right, so we have our first presentation tonight. It will be the Sharp Technology Partnership presentation. Jimmy Armijo is here from Sharp and will talk to you about the services that would be provided from this partnership.
So Sharp is coming in to support our technology department. They're bringing in, one of the things that they're bringing in is our antivirus services. And they will be supplementing the help desk. So Jimmy's gonna explain all that to you. We are not outsourcing technology. We are supplementing it with some additional help. So, thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, I appreciate you. Members of the board, thank you for having us here today. We really appreciate your time, we know it's valuable, so I'll be quick. And any questions, please feel free to ask questions. I didn't bring a presentation to show you something and bore you. What I wanted to do is talk about what we do for organizations in the education, medical field, every other field that we work in across the nation. Myself, I am local. I was born and bred here in New Mexico in a small village called Peña Blanca, up between Cochiti Pueblo and Santo Domingo Pueblo. I grew up there. I'm a small town boy. Didn't get to go to New Mexico State. I went to C&M at the time, so it shows you how long I've been here. Been with Sharp about 7 years, but I've been in technology since I was 18. Okay, so I'm 46 now, so that's a long time. Mike Arula is with us today too. He is the sales manager there at the Sharp office and actually handles the account for grants. To talk about what Ron introduced us to, we are not here to take over IT. That's not our job. Okay. Our job here is to supplement, is to help. Okay. One of our biggest pieces that we help with is help desk. Today, there is no help desk process in place. What we are looking to do is a couple of things with our help desk. Well, number one, it allows us to track tickets. Okay. I don't have boots on the ground. We're not bringing boots on the ground. We're not outsourced. But we are tools that allow the district to be able to function and allows for their checks and balances to IT and what they are doing along with what the customers do. Again, I'm customer focused. We are customer focused. Our focus is to take care of the customer. Understanding the way that things used to be in the district before, what we're here to do is kind of help alleviate that and alleviate the IT department. There is so much pressure on IT nowadays in every single which way you work it. IT has a lot of pressure. Data grows by more than 0.5% every single year, okay? So whatever data you have today on your phone, you're gonna double it, okay? That means you're doubling your data here every single day, and you are as valuable as you are as your data. think about your pictures that you have on your phone today. Can I put a price tag on that? Imagine the pictures that you have on your phone that you've taken of your kids, your grandkids, your family members, people that are around you, friends, relatives. And what would happen today if you lost that information? That information would be priceless. You would pay whatever it is. Part of what rolls into our help desk is allows us to use a single pane of glass to manage the tickets that are coming in. So every request creates a ticket. The ticket goes through to our help desk. Our help desk does what we call, and we use the phrase in IT, is janitorial work. Okay, that's the janitorial work of help desk, which means update, change passwords, access, printers. How many of us have issues with printers printing? All those little things that really take a long time for boots on the ground to handle, our help desk handles in that level tier 1 support. Okay, we also have a tier 2, so a little bit more advanced. Let's say if it's a request to access a web page, it takes it through its approvals to be able to get there. Okay? So that's what help desk does. It also dispatches the boots on the ground, which is the current IT department. So what it does, what we are here to do, is alleviate them from having to do the janitorial work of IT, which means updates, keeping you up to date and fresh on everything, patches that are going on. You guys understand what patches are, right? Think of it as a big dam. And what we're doing is we're plugging all the holes in the dam before the dam breaks. And a lot of times with the work, the busy work that IT does, they don't have time for that. Unfortunately, it happens to everybody. Not just your organization, but everybody. If you haven't noticed how many hacks are happening nowadays, that's because those holes are not getting plugged. And so our institution comes in and helps with that. We help with managing tickets from cradle to the grave. So we help dispatch people, the boots on the ground that are here today. So we're not replacing anybody. If anything, we're giving them the power to be able to do what an IT institution does, which is innovate, which is create for the future and build towards the future. A true IT department needs to build towards the future. And they cannot do that if they're stuck doing the maintenance, the oil changes, the tire rotations of today. And so our job is to come in and help you guys to relieve them from that piece. Okay, to go back to your second point, included in our agent is your antivirus, anti-malware, and and what we call the Security Operations Center. What our Security Operations Center does is it is an agent running on every device. And those devices, it doesn't matter whether you're local in the school or if you're at a conference, we are still managing that device and watching over it. So if you take it home, that device is still protected. What the Security Operations Center does is it allows you to, we have what we call a zero trust policy. I don't trust any of you guys in this room not to get a virus on your machine. Because it doesn't matter if, it's not if, it's when you're gonna be hacked. Our Security Operations Center stops that. It is called a SIM solution, right? It detects it, it responds to it, it quarantines it immediately, so it doesn't spread. So those devices that you guys have will be monitored 24/7. Okay? Help desk, instead of having to call somebody or email them and then waiting for a response or anything else, not saying that IT can't handle it, but you gotta think, if there's how many people are here? 300, 400? 520 people emailing help desk at the same time because one printer's out, or emailing the current infrastructure, it's just a lot to get to, and it takes time, and time is money. So as we start using those resources and then we have them running around all over the place, we can take that off of their hands so that the most important tickets are getting handled, so that the servers are getting looked at, so that the sprawl doesn't continue, so that consolidation happens, and so that we can bring the cost down of managing devices. That is the key for us. We are not here to outsource. I don't like that word because that's not what we do. We are here to supplement and to assist. We're giving an assist to the customer, take over that piece. That's not something we're here to do. Included again, is the antivirus, anti-malware, so that's a cost that you don't have to absorb anymore. That goes into our agent. We're monitoring 24/7. We contact help desk in 3 ways. Are you guys familiar with chat? If you get on a chat line and you can chat with somebody, like on your Verizon or whatever it is, we have a chat line. And so people can chat directly to their device, and somebody can remote into their device and fix whatever issues that are going on there. If they can't, then that moves up to tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3, up to tier 4, which is the on-site support. And tier 5 is our engineering support if tier 4 can't handle it. That is always there for you guys. So we actually have a checks and balances. You will have a pane of glass to be able to check those tickets monthly. We'll give you reports on what those tickets are, where they're at, and we can track those tickets. So if we're seeing the same things happen over and over and over again, we can start becoming proactive and reacting to those things up front versus behind and being behind the 8 ball. Again, what version of iPhone did you start this meeting with, and what are you gonna finish with, right? Technology moves very, very fast. Chromebooks are what the end users are using today. It might be something called Platinum Books later on. I have no idea. But we have to, you and us, we have to be prepared for that. So part of what we do, again, we give the tools to the district to be able to use. And we are there to support them when they're needed. We are not here to outsource. We're not here to take over IT. That's not our job. Our job here is to enable you guys to be able to do what IT functions are real, which is innovate, which is plan for growth and roadmap, and which is to see what new products or new things that are out there that can help you. Keep in mind, what else is new right now? AI. How are you gonna integrate AI into your environment going forward, right? That is a must. It's gonna happen. We don't have a choice. You use it today in Google, you use it today in Facebook. If you're using Facebook, you use it today in ChatGPT. Everybody's using it. That part comes in, and what is gonna be allowed, what isn't. What are other people doing, what isn't? That's where our value comes in. Again, we're not here to take over. That's not our job. Our job here is to enable the customer, enable you, enable everybody to do their job in a secure environment and make sure that we can help get you through that process. And again, there's the checks and balances. We'll have a pane of glass. If we're not doing our job, fire us. It's that simple. Is there any questions that you guys have? I would love to be able to answer.
Have you met with IT to find out what busy work they can't handle?
Yes.
And you came up with what was in the
A
proposal?
lot of these exactly what it is, and I can be honest with you, this is not a recipe just for here. It's a recipe for everywhere. IT infrastructures are very, very condensed. People are doing jobs, 2 or 3 or 4 jobs under one person. And when you do that, you don't have efficiencies. And it's not the fault of anybody else other than the fact that technology just grows and grows and grows. We can't stop it. It is going to grow. And so our job here is to help alleviate some of that stuff that is taking time. Although it might take me 3 minutes to come and set you up on a printer, well, that's 3 minutes times 520 people. And stuff like that, that's easy for an IT person to do, but it's not time conscious of being able to do that for 520 folks. And so those are the type of things that we have.
Okay, so when you spoke about alleviate, I have to look up.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Look up alleviate, the meaning for alleviate, to lighten or to relieve. And when I hear that, I think of, and I'm pretty sure you're aware of that when you learn from these little busy things that have to be done, you get more educated. It's a process of learning with any individual. And so the IT would learn from what they didn't know because they handle all this little busy work. And I understand it with 503 people. They might be spreading themselves a little thin. But the last information we received showed your monthly billing versus what we pay in salaries to IT. And that's where I had my concerns. They say that it's cheaper to have you than pay all these people in our current IT program. Can't remember, I was looking in my drive for the minutes of what we had, where they presented us with your amount that you would be billing us to do business. And it was a striking difference between the actual IT staff and what they're making versus their fringe benefits and all that. There's a large contrast between it making your company more inducing us to use your company lesser amount. And so my question to myself was, okay, I understand what it means to be frugal. Most all businesses outside school districts want to be frugal because any wasted money is their profit. But schools are not in the business to make money. We're in business to educate our students. And so being frugal, yes, we can pay attention to the little things, but I still am reluctant, and I appreciate your presentation, even though you don't call it presentation.
It's a conversation.
Yes, I still would like to see hand in hand from IT standing there with you and saying, yes, this is a good thing. And it's gonna allow us, free us up time to do this instead of having to run and do all this, like you stated, busy work. And in the school system, everything is busy work. So all the way down to doing lesson plans and ensuring that the curriculum, we're adopting the right curriculum, we're meeting equity and cultural diversity in our schools, it's a very diverse school population. And so it just makes more sense to get a broader picture instead of doing what I call piecemeal. So maybe in the next few weeks, have IT here standing by you, or even if you're on Zoom, so that we can.
There's IT standing next to
No,
me.
I'm talking about the coordinator.
So the coordinator works for me and we've had those discussions. And so the intent of this, like Jimmy said, was to, my IT team is fabulous, okay?
Absolutely.
They have, each one of them has a very unique set of skills that they can bring to the table. We are underutilizing those skills right now because they are doing the janitorial work, installing printers, going and getting people apps downloaded on their computers. And so the intent of this, and we've met with Isaac and his team, and you know, what can we take off your plate so that you guys can innovate? You guys can start working on your technology 3-year master plan. So what are we gonna be doing 3 years from now? Callie is working with the board on redesigning the webpage for the district. She's taken on that with gusto. And that's because we had the time during the summer for her to do that, okay? Well, school's about to start, and so that support, unless we get something to be able to keep her doing that, if she's going back and installing printers and doing apps and stuff like that, we're gonna lose our support on the website because Callie's gonna be tied up with the janitorial work, okay? So that was my goal in looking at bringing in some outside supplemental help with this, is to utilize our IT department's strengths more effectively and efficiently, so.
And to go back to your first comment was about them learning through that process. I think for me, I have a daughter in college. I have my boys, they're 15, they're twin boys. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them because they're not smart like my other one. But they're pretty technical. But the great thing about this is that if they're just changing passwords all day long, they're not innovating and learning themselves. What our job here is to help those people move up the chain in their advancements. So Ron can start sending them out for specialty Maybe it's a Cisco, maybe it's a different certification. So maybe that the boots on the ground that are here can actually learn to have the ability to advance, kind of exactly what you were saying. But they don't have that right now because they're doing all that work. And so that causes a problem for their advancement too. I've seen it, we do another school district here. It was the IT, it wasn't even a coordinator job, it was like the IT specialist job. Wasn't even a coordinator. When we started at that school district, they were just the IT person, like they didn't have any IT background. Today, that person's an IT director because we've removed all that janitorial work and that busy work off of their plate. Okay. Now going back to your second question about the cost. The advantage to the cost for the district would be is that they're not just getting one person, they're getting pods of 10 to 15 people to service the district with all the documentation supplied by IT. So that means IT is gonna learn how to document everything. So they are gonna learn how to document everything, get all that information out so that the process is clean. When help desk takes over and helps with that piece, IT knows exactly what help desk is doing because they gave them the procedure. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we're not here again to limit their growth. We're actually here to help push their growth a little bit higher, doing more important roles versus the roles that don't require a lot of, I wouldn't put a very certified network engineer changing passwords or working on printers. Does that make sense? Because even if, for me, in the business world, that's a very high charge that I'm paying for that guy, and I'm making him do a low charge process. So even for in here, you think about the time is valuable. Those guys' time will be able to be increased. So Isaac and his team would be able to work more on bigger, larger projects and grow their own personal knowledge versus the small things that are, I don't wanna say underneath them because it's still very important, but it's not growth. And what I would say is that in the next 5 years, next 3 years, it's gonna be completely different. From what we see today, in the next 3 years will be completely different. And you have to be able to adapt to that growth. And you can't do that by staying where you're at right now. And that is a fact.
I have just a little question. What's the threats like out there at this day and time?
You name it. Do you guys like do you like going to Vegas? Does anybody like casinos? You know that MGM got hit, or one of the major casinos there got hit. They were down for 3 days. This is talking about major corporations that are getting hit. Hackers, for us, let's say you don't know anything about a hacker, right? You can get on the dark web today. You can go and look for malware. You can go look for ransomware. You know what ransomware is, right? Where they take over, they lock up your machine, and then you gotta pay a ransom. I dealt with 5 schools that have had to pay ransoms, and each one of them was here in Hemis. They had to pay $40,000 in Bitcoin to get their data back. Who has that in their budget, right? But to answer your question, you can go today, you can go buy a software package, and you can get tech support, and people will help you to distribute malware and to distribute ransomware out to people. All it takes is one click on an email. And that comes from us, right? We can do it. I can go do it today. If this doesn't work out for me, I guess I can go get ransomware and kind of do that part. But I don't like the bad guys. I want to keep that off. So our security operations center, when it sees those little changes in the registry and in those pieces, it stops it, quarantines it, and doesn't let it spread. So those are the things which you call kind of like AI inside of the security suite. So it's not and I'll say this again, it's not about when you will get hacked, it's how many times. Because I will tell you, your data is valuable to somebody. And disrupting your school is valuable to somebody. They're not even doing it anymore for money. They're doing it to make a nuisance, to make you look bad. That is it. Think about that, and then the exposure, like you said, from a school district, that exposure is very, very, you know, who wants to sit there and say, oh, well, you know, Grand Sula County Schools got hacked, their data was lost. They had to pay a ransom, you know? How do you handle hiring teachers? How do you handle, you know, as, you know, not even as a board, but as an administration having to go through something like that? Is there a disaster recovery plan in place? Is there those pieces in place?
There's a lot of credentials.
Yeah.
In the facility.
We actually were hacked before one of our employees, their payroll was taken.
Well, you know what happened, and I'll finish here. There was another school district here in New Mexico that the secretary got an email from the superintendent, and it said, hey, I need you to change my bank account. And she was like, okay, you know, changed her bank account. 2 weeks later, the superintendent comes in and says, where's my paycheck? You told me to change your bank account. They went back and looked and found out that that was not a real email address. Although it had a superintendent's signature, it looked exactly like it. Everything looked like it, but it wasn't real. So that check got sent to somebody somewhere.
Okay, and thank you for that information, and I think this is the first time I've heard that IT has a master plan. We've never had that presented to the board, and maybe in the future, we
So-
can have it, but I would definitely reserve the right to hear the IT coordinator, because I really don't know, you know, down the road. The master plan should show that how many employees that we have now versus how many we'll have in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. We might completely not have an IT and have somebody doing all this, the work for us. But I appreciate, you know, the information you gave us, and like our board policy does require, or does allow us to have reports in the future. Maybe we could have Isaac and his department come in and tell us a little bit what the master plan is.
So
have a
so,
master
yeah,
plan.
so Madam President, Ms. Hundaley, so this district has never had a 3-year technology plan. When I came in this year and took over the IT department, I asked to see their 3-year master plan. And they didn't know what I was talking about. So we've been working on that this year. We actually met last week to go over some issues in the 3-year master plan. So we have the hope to have that presented to you guys, to the board, hopefully in the next couple months, because there's a lot of moving parts. So the master plan talks about how we're gonna spend E-rate money, category 1, category 2, category 3 E-rate, how we're gonna explore AI, new policies that we may need to be looking at as a school district to bring on board to deal with AI. So that's what the 3-year master plan for technology kind of looks like. It's still a working document right now, so.
So could we not leave you hanging, but could we hear that before we make this decision?
Well, we could wait 3 months, but we would be putting the district in a very bad place because we currently do not have an antivirus program running on the district network. Because we've been working on bringing these guys on, we didn't want to pay for another year of antivirus, which is very expensive. And then bring them on and have them bring their own antivirus. So we postpone this, we're putting the district in a very critical position, so.
Did we foresee that we were going to be in a critical position, and why did we not already prepare for it if you foresaw that? And I think, you know, these kind of questions, and I guess I appreciate you coming and making a presentation, but I'm the grassroots kind of person where I wanna hear from the people that are doing the job just what is needed, so that I have a clear picture and I can vote with good conscience about it. I'm not saying your company can't do the thing for us. And you talked about a chat room, I stayed on a chat room for hours trying to fix something with Synergy, and they're not very cooperative.
We have chat, phone, and email. Yeah,
So you-
and everything's tracked, so our help desk will track it from cradle to grave. And so that's the great thing, and again, if the IT person, if boots on the ground need to be distributed for that, then the ticket will be there, they can update the ticket, and you can watch what happened throughout that process. And that's not in place today.
Would you consider making a presentation along with Isaac at another meeting here? You can hear from both sides?
So again, I oversee the IT department. I would be willing to get input from Isaac, but I will be presenting to the board.
Thank you.
With him, I would hope in the audience.
Yeah, he could come and watch.
Of course,
That's what I would.
open meeting. It's an open meeting, anybody can come watch, right?
Could I ask a question?
Of course.
This is a single year. Is there any option for a subsequent year?
Yes.
If it's a single year, then that means that we should be in a position of picking up whatever technology you have provided, and be able to sustain it in a self-sufficient way. If it's a single year, and we say, okay, we don't wanna do it, then basically we can say thank you and move on.
That
Can,
is,
can I ask for
I don't
clarification on that? So you are not providing technology, you would be providing the safeguarding of the technology in existence. Is that
but
a very basic, simple?
yes, we would be providing the first tier of help desk, all ticket tracking. Antivirus, anti-malware.
Can you
and
explain what ticket tracking is, just for
So today,
us
as
not?
I understand, there's no ticket system for you to be able to track what happens in IT. So as a user today, if I send an email or call somebody, there's no way I can go back and follow up and make sure that got done, or that my ticket was looked at, or that my inquiry was looked at.
So it's a ticket is kind of like a work request in essence?
Yes, it's
Okay,
a work request that goes through the process.
okay.
And today, what we do is we follow that process all the way till it's completed. So even if it's not our help desk that finishes it, maybe it's Isaac's team that comes out and finishes the job. When they close that ticket, then that ticket is saved and that information is there gathered. Again, we're only as good as the data that we hold. So that data would be able to be looked at later on, so wants to look at the pane of glass and say, hey, how many tickets do I have open? And why do I keep on having the same tickets coming up? We can look at that and then we can kind of plan around how we fix those solutions. Maybe there is, there's a bad server somewhere. Maybe there's something in the system that keeps causing the same reason. Or sometimes it's a bad cable connected to a printer that keeps on causing something to happen. So we can start looking at that, analyzing that data.
So real quick to kind of wrap things up. So we do currently have a ticketing platform, it's called IT Direct. It's grossly underutilized. And in my previous role as IT director at another different district, we had a ticketing platform as well. We went to IT Direct at one point, and we quickly went away from it because it's very unruly for the end user to use, okay? So when I asked Isaac to provide me with the number of work orders that were completed in IT Direct last year, it was under 500 tickets, okay? Under 500 tickets. So to me, as the IT director, what that tells me is that people got so fed up with that system that they were just not even putting in tickets. So we had no way to track work. So this way, I'll be able to look at the Sharp dashboard and say, the average turnaround on a ticket is 30 minutes. Or whereas if I look at IT Direct and look at the average turnaround time on one of their work orders, I would venture to say that it's in the days. So,
In our other school districts that we've worked on, we've had, their previous tickets were closed within 24 hours. Ours are closed with, in average, right, within 10 to 15 minutes now. So again, that enables a teacher to teach more. That enables a administrator to administer more. You know, that enables people to do more of what their job is. And I know that, cost always is an issue, but the cost, you can't collaborate that with time. Time is huge, and our job is to give back time, not only time to the end user and make their experience better, but time back to the IT department and time back to, that administrator that needs that assistance.
Madam President, Mr. Whitener, did you receive the evaluation that they did? And if so, is it available for the board to see? It says here in January 24, there was an extensive evaluation, which was the foundation for them to get an idea of where we're at. So if there was an evaluation, then Mr. Whitener, is there a copy of the evaluation so that you use to make a judgment as to what we need to do, where are the strengths and where are the weaknesses of the existing department?
I do have that, yes,
So,
I have the report of the information.
So that would have been helpful for us to see the scope of the evaluation, what is it evaluating, and be able to be persuaded that we have some weaknesses. My assumption that there are some strengths, as we were just at, Mr. Triplehorn said that there's some excellence in the department. Nevertheless, it says that the department is overwhelmed, and
I can answer.
there's sprawl and a variety of other things. So when you're looking at a specific department, whether it's technology or in any others, you want to get an idea, is the job getting done, and what is the nature of the job? And for a lot of the staff in the district, we're novices at technology particularly, so we're not that quite familiar with it. But we would assume that there should have been some kind of a plan that existed and there is not a plan. So I'm puzzled by I think there was a general sense that we got to improve. So bring in some people to make an assessment. But what I'm saying is that to be able to have the evidence that our department is not effective, we would want to have some concrete data and saying, these are the responsibilities, this is the technology department, this is what they do in detail, and this is the staff, and this is what they do. And then an assessment of whether or not things are getting done. And that's what I'm saying. And there's a range of things that the technology will do. Technology in our mind is basically a lot to do with computers, now with networking and utilization of technology for instruction. And so we've got both staff and students utilizing internet as a tool for being educated. So, and also other departments. So when that evaluation occurred, it must have outlined a lot of these things that would have helped the technology department know where their pluses are and where their needs improvement are. And that would then begin to tell you what our game plan should be. And the unfortunate part is that we don't have a plan that describes the technology department, nor the goals that we would have. And this is July, and we still don't have a plan. So I'm concerned as to on what basis do we decide, objective basis, do we decide which of the areas of responsibility or functions of the technology department are we doing well on? And they were mentioning some of the things that they're doing well on, and then which things that we're not doing as well on. And that kind of helps us to know, okay, what do we need? One of the things I saw we needed about several months ago was laptops. So Sharp was able to obtain laptops for us. So that means that we had made an assessment that the laptops were necessary. I'm just concerned that it's late and we should have arrived at this decision several months ago so that we would be able to really understand what our technology department is all about. And unfortunately, a lot of what we see here is saying that they're not doing a good job. And that's unfortunate because I hear them also saying that they are doing.
But you didn't listen to his presentation.
I did. So,
You didn't.
what do you think that I did?
Right.
I just
You're
want to.
That was-
you're talking
hold
about
on, hold
employees and
on,
you're talking
hold
about
on. Okay.
antivirus.
Hey,
I,
I'll call order here.
So
I think that Mr. Triplehorn has information on that though, because if I recall, one of our very first meetings in January, we got information about the state of technology and what was okay and not okay, if I remember correctly, and that would have been
it
a
wasn't
work
necessarily
session.
technology, I don't like using that broad
Okay,
term.
I apologize, you
I'm
define.
sorry to interrupt, Madam President. So in January, we had Sharp come in and they did the assessment for us for free, okay? They put some appliances in our network to scan our network. It took 6 days to do that scan. Normally it takes, for a district of our size, it takes about 12 hours, okay? So we knew we had some issues going into that scan when it took 6 days to complete it. When all was said and done, the report, if we printed it on paper, was probably this tall of paper, okay? Cause it was looking at every
Multiple
connection,
ones, yeah.
every device, everything, okay? This was a scan of the network, okay, to see how the network was working. We found that there was 12,000 devices on the network, okay? We only have 3,000 students and 500 employees, so where was the other 9,000 appliances, okay? Well, some of them are the wireless access points and stuff like that too, but. So what they did was they did an assessment of our network and we call it network sprawl, okay? And the reason we had such a bad network sprawl issue is because the people, the IT department that's supposed to be managing the network and doing that network work, they're too busy doing the janitorial work, so they can't clean the network up. So over the summer, I brought Sharp in with one of their engineers and they worked with Isaac and Scott in the IT department and we cleaned up a lot of that network sprawl. We're still working with them. It wasn't the money amount on it wasn't a threshold that needed to be brought to the board for the work they provided. And so we're still cleaning that up at this point. We're doing some additional storage to our servers so we can eliminate some old servers. A lot of stuff going on with that, but that was strictly dealing with the network, okay? This is totally separate from that project. That was a project to clean up our network sprawl. Because it was atrocious. And the way it got that way was, you know, just like at your house, if you have a lot of big projects to do, no one ever does the dusting. And so the house gets dusty. And so the IT department was doing the dusting, but letting the big projects go, okay? So that was what that was all about. Wasn't about the efficacy of the department or anything, it was the efficacy of our system, so.
Thank you. So, Mr. Widener, what I'm hearing from the board is that they would like to have that initial report that got all of this started. And that way they'd be able to see.
Well, and I
Exactly.
can let you know, we're not late in the game, Dr. Archambault. We started this process at the beginning of the year. We've looked at it, we vetted several different providers, looking to find the best service provider, and Mrs. Hunt-Daly, no one is losing their job. Our technology team is good. We expect them to keep doing the good things that they do. This is more just protecting our network and our employees, so nobody's paycheck gets hacked or taken, or, none of those emails come across changing my bank account, and so, and historically, we have paid for our antivirus coverage and protection, so we're not late in the game. But I will gladly make sure that you get that report.
And that report is very extremely detailed. I will tell you that, because of our partnership with the district, we did the assessment with no charge. That's usually about a $15,000 investment. And it was upon ourselves that we've, and in all honesty, I'm local, I'm from here, I'm from New Mexico. I wanna see our kids get the opportunities that everybody else gets. We're the biggest technology state in the country, and I don't think nobody understands that. There's more technology in New Mexico than anywhere else in the country, but our kids aren't getting those jobs. And so for us, we really value that local piece. We have another school districts that we work with today. We offer scholarships for our kids. So like earlier, you handing out that scholarship, that means everything for that kid. We do the same thing. We look to partner with IT to get interns to help systems and grow inside of IT. So it's our thought process to work with you in the district is to help that IT jobs, because there's so many of them out there, and to help those people into that. So being a small town boy that got a chance a long time ago, I think I want to help and pass that around too. Is there any other questions? I don't want to take up more than the time that's needed.
Board members?
Thank you, Mr. Armijo.
One last, would you be amenable to that and presenting?
I couldn't hear you with your hand up, I'm sorry.
Would you be amenable to coming back and finding, getting whatever master plan we have and meet and present it along with Mr. Boyd?
I can be here whenever the district asks me to.
It's your hometown?
Yep, I'm only an hour away.
Okay. And that was another reason I was afraid of this, because on site here, we were fortunate, we have Callie in the next room handling our,
Right.
like, you say, the busy stuff. And,
Yeah, I'm down the street.
I was a teacher and was looking more afraid that something happened with your laptop or the smart board and you didn't have technology. At our school, we'd have to wait for days for them to run out and figure out what was going on. And I know those reports, the tickets, and tried to help one of the janitors do one, but it was so confusing and I couldn't figure it out. But that was the way they tracked reports for services when something went down. And maybe they corrected that, but I swear to God, that thing was like, you need to maze, you have to do this one thing before you do this thing, and you did it wrong, and it will take you all the way back. I've been there, and I'm glad that we have a better system. But it also, remember now, when you do stuff like that, it also pinpoint who's not doing their job. And so, as much as we can say we're not going to lose anybody, if we find out on the tickets that one person just isn't doing it, we know what's going to happen. And I think that might be a fear right now. Staff being.
I think you massaged that through. Our help desk helps to keep them on track and on task for that. That's part of the process. The other part is making sure that those tickets are easy and that people don't want to avoid that process. And again, I don't want to be boots on the ground here. I don't want to have people here. That is not what we want. We want to utilize and build up the staff that you have today. So the young lady that's next door that works her butt off and does everything else. I like to see her grow within her craft. That's what we want. I don't want that job.
We appreciate you being honest with us, but, and now are you telling us that, you did it for the first time, that we will get a charge the second time you come out, which is.
If you're a customer of ours, no.
That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
I appreciate
Armijo,
you.
thank you so much for your time and expertise
Thank
this
you guys.
evening.
We appreciate you guys very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Widener, next.
So annually, we agree, we enter into a memorandum of understanding with our tribal partners. And so Mrs. Griego is going to present the MOUs that we have for the Pueblo of Laguna, Pueblo of Acoma, and Navajo Nation? Wakachama? Rima,
Raymond,
okay.
yes. Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Mr. Widener, directors, and community. So just to clarify that these are memorandums of understandings with our early childhood development centers. So Grand Cibola County Schools is the LEA for Rama Early Childhood, Haku Early Childhood, Laguna Department of Education Early Childhood, and Grants Head Start programs. We are the LEA, meaning that we go out and we do assessments for all of the littles, the 3-year-olds and the 4-year-olds in the Head Start programs. And our assessments are our therapy teams going out and evaluating all of the populations with parent consent for that are in need of therapy services. That could be speech, that could be OT, that could be physical therapy. And yes, our therapists do drive out to Rama. It's a good little drive, but we do provide those services to those littles out there. And so this is an awareness for you to see. This is also part of our IDEA B application as well. These forms have to be submitted along with our IDEA B application for the federal, so that they know that we are the LEA and we do the child find services for our early childhood developmental centers. And that's about the gist of it. If there's any questions, I'm ready for questions.
I know we spoke earlier, the year about, do you also do St. Teresa's?
Yes,
Do
yes.
they follow the same special ed guidelines? Do you have certified teachers in special ed?
No. So our private schools are a little bit different. We don't have to do MOUs with them, but we do service those kids. And so with the early childhood and the private schools, we are the LEA for like St. Teresa goes up to 8th grade. We provide therapy services to all the way up to 8th grade. With our early childhood, those are just the 3-year-olds and the 4-year-olds. So we do evaluations for them. Now, I don't want this to come off as wrong or anything, but some of the private schools, which are the two, St. Joseph Mission and St. Teresa, they don't have to follow the guidelines of having a certified teacher with a license, so they don't have special education teachers. We do offer support, and if they need it, you know, one of the things that is on my to-do list or goal is to offer that for those private schools to come into any of our professional development that we'll have. We offered that a little bit last year. We had PECS training, that is picture exchange communication, and I offered that to our private schools. The only ones that took us up on that, and it was no cost to them, was Haku. They sent some of their special education teachers, and they got that training with us at no cost. But we do partner with them. If they have a need, I don't turn them away. We assess what they need, and I give them resources for them to do their research. Or if we have to go do a presentation or they come and join us at any of our professional development, they're always invited.
So these schools don't have that certification, then what, I mean, how, I don't know.
I know you're gonna ask that question.
Yeah,
I don't know how they work, I don't know how they run, I don't know.
And do the parents have a place to say that, you know, my grandchild has a special, special ed.
So when we categorize them in stars, they are parentally privately placed students. So the parent chooses to send them to a private school, and so we offer the therapy services open.
I know that,
Yeah.
you try your best to get them.
Sure,
And,
We do.
but we also have to remember that those students, that don't get those programs are
sure.
and to become.
And that's why I said we do our very best to make sure, because they eventually do come to us, absolutely. They come to our middle schools and our high schools, absolutely. That's why we have that open door, and what is it that you need help with? I give them resources, a lot of the free trainings that we provide our staff. I also make sure that their administrators are aware that it's free to them also.
I know that they were big,
Yeah.
I knew you could get it from ECCA.
Yeah.
Take advantage of that. What's the word? I see it in 2, 3, 4, 5 years behind. And they get the things that they need. But I appreciate the fact that you need that.
Sure. And we're trying to build better and get better at it, because exactly as you said, they are the feeder schools for us, and they do come to us, Rivera, Laguna Acoma, Mount Taylor, and then our area schools for our community Head Start program.
I don't know when you give assistance to the school, they, you need to, test them, both math and English. And then you need to put the names of the students on them. They have a task to do, and English are part of that.
Yeah, there are three, because there's
You didn't know how to do it.
she did say
And so, it was funny, because I see, we didn't have a school name.
Mm-hmm.
The schools that are always above average were the ones that were there.
Right.
And that was the BCCSD. Continue in that process too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They are our students. We are the LEA, we service them, we talk about them, and we wanna make sure they get a quality education. Sure. Absolutely, because they do, you're right, they bounce from our schools to our private schools to our other schools, our local schools, in our district, absolutely.
I would never know that they didn't have to follow the rules of certification.
And I can't guarantee it, but I know from personal, I had a grandson that went to one of the private schools and they were not licensed.
That's the reason I need to find out. That's it. But every time we let her off, she runs down the street and she doesn't want to there. So, and she does, you know, it's up to
Bring them back to us,
I know.
bring them back to us. Yep, we have lots of schools that have low numbers. Continue the
Anything
conversation.
further, board members? Thank you very much, Mrs. Griego. Mr. Widener.
Our next presentation, I had Board Member Hunt Daly requested some important information on the demographics of our staff and our human resources and some of the processes that we follow for hiring and so I've asked Ms. Salazar to join us. She is coming to us from Texas. She's going to join us tonight and present. And she and I will kind of co-partner on it and present some of the demographic and human resources information. Ms. Salazar, are you there?
I am. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent Widener. colleagues and community members. It's my pleasure to share my report. I'm going to share my screen at this time, and if you'll let me know you can see it, I would appreciate it. Are you all able to see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And so this is going to be our report for July of 2024. I'd like to mention that we did have 3 goals for human resources. Our goal 1 was to decrease our vacancy rate, and we did so. We decreased that rate from 10% last year to 5%. Our second goal for human resources was to increase our retention rate, and we went from 87.8% to a 90%, and then our current retention rate now is a 95%. And so we met that second goal. Our goal 3 was to implement our new applicant tracking system, and that is currently in progress. And so I'm going to talk to you about the vacancies in our school district by each campus, and identify which classrooms are still vacant that would result in not having a teacher until the meantime of onboarding some teachers. So at Grants High School, we have 3 certified vacancies. We have a English language arts, science, social studies, which results in 3 classrooms that we are still currently looking to fill. At Laguna Acoma, we have 2 certified positions that we're still trying to fill, our Spanish class and special education, and which results in 1 classroom. Our early college high school has no vacancies. Los Alamitos has 5 vacancies. We need a history teacher, science, Spanish, special ed, and a student success advisor. And we have 3 classrooms that will be affected with those vacancies. At Blue Water, we have no vacancies. At Cubero, we have a half of a vacancy. And as I mentioned before, Cubero and Silvieta Elementary do share a counselor. So that's why you see half of that FTE vacancy. 0 classrooms. Mesa View, we have five vacancies. We have a kindergarten, 1st grade, 2 second grade teachers, and an art teacher, which is 4 classrooms. And we're talking content area classrooms. At Milan Elementary, we have 2 vacancies. We have an art position and music teacher vacancy, 0 classroom teacher vacancies. And at Mount Taylor, we do have 1 vacancy, and we have a 5th grade vacancy, but we're filling it with a long-term sub that's in the process of completing their degree in education. And so that's resulting in 1 classroom, but we feel confident with this long-term sub since she will be hopefully getting her degree and filling that position. In San Rafael, we have no vacancies. At Silvieta, here's that other half of the position. We have a half position of a counselor that we're still seeking. I do have a recommendation that I haven't processed, and that'll be coming down Mr. Widener's desk for approval. And so hopefully when I present again, you will see a decrease in these vacancies. So I wanted to give you some history from July 2022 to July 2024. Most of you have seen this before. We went from 53 total vacancies in 2022 and 17 retirees resigned to 84 with a total of 101. Our vacancy rate at that time was 10% and our retention rate was 88%. July of 2023, which was last year, we had 33 certified positions that we were vacant in July. 21 of those classified positions in a total of 54 total vacancies. We had 22 retirees, 78 resigned, which resulted in 100 employees. Our vacancy, we were making some gains at that time. We had a vacancy rate of 8% and our retention rate of 92. Currently, right now, as of today, we have 19 certified vacancies, 8 classified vacancies, which results in 27 vacancies. We had 17 retirees and 39 resigned. Our vacancy rate now is 5% and our retention rate is 95%. And so I wanted to mention that we did successfully meet all 3 of our human resources goals. We met our vacancy rate, it's the lowest it's ever been. We've also had our highest retention rate, and our GCCS online applicant tracking is in progress. I also want to give you an update on our substitute status as was requested. We have 41 substitute positions, 15 classrooms, and 26 classified substitute positions. And those include pre-K EAs, 3Y EAs, SPED EAs, and custodial staff. And as far as the hiring process that was requested, I wanted to give you our 4 steps of what the hiring process for all employees are. Well, of course, the step 1, any interested candidates must apply online or through New Mexico REAP. And our step 2 is look through those applicants and make sure that we have the qualified candidates. So if there's a minimum requirement, we look through those candidates and scan those and filter those out. The step 3, we have an approved interview committee, and that's either at the department or the campus site. They must submit their committee members into HR for approval. And so we look at that, make sure that the committee is well-rounded. We have an administrator, a classified staff member, a certified staff member, and we also want someone off of that campus site so that we can have a very well-rounded interview committee. Once that interview committee conducts the interview, they will then submit that recommendation to the superintendent. And our last step would be that HR processes that recommendation for a superintendent approval. And so that is my report, and let's see if I can stop sharing.
No, leave it on there, Ms.
Salazar.
Salazar, that way we can.
Can I stop sharing? I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to do that.
I wanted you to just leave the presentation on in the event that we have to go back to some of the numbers that you provided. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I know it's Ms. Hunt Daly, but throughout this whole meeting, I was having a hard time hearing Dr. Guy and Ms. Hunt Daly. So I'm so sorry. Can someone repeat that?
Can you reshare your presentation?
Yes. Which screen?
Right there for now. I have a question on that. What sites do you use to post your open positions?
Oh, yes, okay. I think I heard you correctly, and correct me if I haven't, or say it a little bit louder. Which sites that we advertise our open positions, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so what we use is we use our website, we use Indeed, and we use job, oh gosh, is it job search? I don't know that title. So there are 3 avenues, and New Mexico REAP. So we have 4 social platforms that we advertise. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and then going down to step 3, you mentioned the committee, and what I couldn't hear what is knowledge, or what status is it, are they in that they can be on the, or you put them on a approved interview committee? And does that change? Or do you use the same?
Can someone restate her question?
How do you select the interview committee? What are their qualifications, and does it change every time?
So yes, depending.
What comprises an interview committee?
Okay, so what we do is we require a certified staff member. We also require administrator, a classified staff member, and then we ask for one person to be off of that site or campus. And then they can pick the fifth one, they can pick from any of those categories. And as far as if the interview committees change, if they do change and someone is not available for that committee, they must submit, whomever's hiring, must submit approval for a new committee.
Okay, so in other words, you use the same committee for almost all the positions unless the applicant requests a new committee?
So not necessarily, depending on the position, Ms. Hunt Daly. So if it's someone that they're looking for as far as maybe a custodian, we want to make sure that we have someone there that can guide the committee with what's required, such as certified. And so we don't necessarily use the same committee. Now, if we're hiring several positions as a teacher and we want to utilize our employees effectively, then we may use the same committee.
Okay, now, okay, that's enough for that. Regarding the long-term subs at Mount Taylor, how long has that long-term sub, which I'm imagining that she does not have a certified teaching license, how long has she been in that position?
She does not have a certified teaching license. She's actually working on that. She's currently enrolled in coursework, and her bachelor's, her course study is going to be elementary education. And so she started last year, and this will be her second year in that position. And so she's currently working on that. But as far as licensure, she is a certified substitute license as required by our Personnel Act. We have to have all positions they have to be employed and they have to be licensed. So she does have her substitute license that will keep us in compliance with those requirements.
Is there a time limit according to PED on how long a licensed substitute can stay in a classroom?
No, ma'am, as long as they have a license. Now, they'll issue a license for a certain amount of time, just like you and my license. It has an expiration. And as long as those substitutes continue to renew that license and meet the qualifications and meet all the requirements, they can have a substitute license just like you and I would be, and we would just renew that.
But I want to reiterate, it's not a certified teaching license. And the reason I'm asking is because I know at Laguna Acoma, there's two that parents continue to complain about. And one is a permanent sub, and she was there before I started in 2004, and she's still there in 2024. And she's not a licensed teacher, she's a permanent sub, and she's teaching. She has a classroom, she has students, she gets grades. I imagine she does lesson plans, but I never found out whether or not she has a mentor or a licensed teacher to assist her. And then there's another one, a younger lady that's been only there, I think, about a year and a half, and she is now in a classroom with, I guess, a substitute license, but no certified teaching license. So when parents complain to me about why we have permanent subs and not licensed teachers, then
And I'd be more than happy to address those parents for you if you'd give me their name and number. I think there's also a misconception of the teaching license. And we're a small community, so we know individuals that have gone to college and received their bachelor's in education. We also have individuals that have a 7 through 12 vocational technical teaching license, and that is a certified teaching license. And those requirements are completely different from those of us that have gone through the traditional way. They use, and I'm saying they, New Mexico PED uses their experience in their trade to issue that license. And so and that's why I would like to have more information so that I can better guide our parents and give them some information of what types of licensures we have. We also have individuals that have a bachelor's, but not necessarily have gone into education the traditional way as most of us at this table have. And what that is, it's an alternative teaching license. Again, they're a certified teacher and they're given a certain amount of time to fulfill those requirements. And they're considered a licensed teacher. And I'm not sure specifically who the community or the parents are talking about, but I'd be more than happy to man those phone calls and answer any questions.
Okay, I'll refer them to you, and if you'd like, I can give you the names of who their question is about.
Absolutely, it would be my pleasure to
That would be,
answer.
and Ms. Salazar, we can set a meeting with Mrs. Hunt Daly and we can kind of talk about that then.
Perfect. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
One more question, and it's not on your presentation. Do you, when there's a situation with a staff member, not necessarily a teacher, that I think, I'm trying to remember, had to stay home to care for her mother, do you will or openly, tell them about the FMLA category that they could, if they have to, like, say, I had to stay home and care for my mother, there was nobody out. And so that I would ask for an FMLA for a certain amount of absence, but that it would still secure my position. Is that something you offer to staff members?
I heard
Maybe
more. Go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Hunt Daly, I think that that's an excellent question that could be addressed when you meet, as it doesn't pertain to what her, as you said, it wasn't in her presentation. And so if you wouldn't mind emailing Mr. Widener that question specifically so that you all can address that, I think that would be helpful.
We can have another meeting, sit down meeting. Fine, thank you.
And Mrs. Hunt Daly, you also asked for
I'm sorry, I think Walter had a question. My
For
apologies.
Lisa, so on these job postings, is there any internal, do the teachers have a chance to accept these other jobs in different positions in schools before you post it, or how does in-house working, hiring?
Okay, can you repeat that, Mr. Jaramillo? I'm so sorry.
Can I summarize? I know you can hear me a little bit better, Ms. Salazar. So Mr. Jaramillo is asking if there are employees in-house, if you will, that would like to have a shot at those positions. Do you give them the opportunity before you post those job positions, or do the employees have to go through the same process that anybody else learning about the jobs?
So, can you guys hear me? Okay. So what we do is we can elect to look internally first. And if first we have to make sure that they're qualified, right? So as long as they're qualified for the position that they're applying for, then we can look internally. If we don't feel that we have a qualified staff member or we want to open it out to the outside, then we can also do that. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Jaramillo.
Yes.
We always want the most highly qualified individual in all positions, whether they're internally or externally. But yes, we can look internally, and if we just feel that we don't have the best qualified individual, then we can, look outside.
So, another question is, Salazar, so if we have an employee that wants to transfer to an open position, When is that applicable, for existing positions, new positions? I guess that's my question, is that applicable for just new positions, or can they transfer to existing positions?
So we do have a transfer window. I think that's what she was referring to about our
Yes,
transfer
ma'am.
window and employees. So we have a transfer window for certified teachers, and that's from January until April. They must submit a request to transfer, and then we look at those positions and see if it's not a hardship, such as sped. We don't want to remove services from students. And so we really look at those positions and make sure that we are providing the necessary support. As far as classified, it has a little broader window. What they'll do is they'll submit a request to transfer. And with the transfer procedure, they have to go meet with the campus that they want to be transferred in. The campus then at that time does a mini interview, like they have their committee members that have been approved. They go through that interview process and they either will accept the transfer or deny the transfer. And so there are two different timelines. Of course, certified is from January until April for the following school year. And then our classified staff members have an opportunity to transfer as long as it does not interfere with services provided to students.
And what about, new positions? Does that have to, be advertised? And they have to apply for the position?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time, Ms. Daly?
What about the, new positions? Can they request to be transferred to a totally new position, or does that have to be, set up for an interview?
Are we talking about certified or classified employees?
Classified, administrative positions.
Okay, so classified probably
Certified, Lisa.
most likely won't be eligible for administrative positions. But Lane, Mr. Widener, you were gonna say something?
I said it's certified. She's asking about admin positions and
I can
you might describe the makeup of an admin position, 'cause
For sure. And so we always want advancement. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, am I interrupting? Okay.
You're fine.
Okay, yeah, so anytime that there's an advancement within our organization, we do not want to hold any employee back. And so if there's a certified class member or classroom teacher that's qualified, one, has the administrative license and going into admin, they have to go through the same process as far as the interview. And if they are selected at that time, that's when we take that recommendation to Mr. Widener, and he will either approve or deny that recommendation for that employee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good
board
evening.
members, you also have
Thank you, Mrs. Salazar.
in your packets information on organizational charts, the board approved organizational chart from last year. We, as you know, a year later, we've lost our ESSER funds. And so as we've had vacancies, we've modified some positions, we've changed the titles of some positions. But that gives you a breakdown of the and I don't wanna talk about it too much because it does have ethnicity information. And so, but you do have that in your packets, and as well as the organizational charts that we're still trying to adhere to from last year with, we're not creating new positions, or we're trying to maintain with what we've got. So so that's there, and I believe that was kind of the summary of the requested information for human resources. Additionally, Mrs. Hunt Daly requested information on facilities and projects. A lot to do with our projects from last year. And so I have asked Mr. Triplehorn and our project coordinator, Cooper Jones, to come and talk to you about the different projects that we've had going on and that we have going on.
Mr. White, before we move on to that, you gave us the 23-24 GCCS administrators. And then the next one on it should be the projected 24-25.
You are correct. And I realized I didn't spell check it, so if you guys, I printed it out and I put it on the big beautiful paper, and I'm sitting here looking and I'm like, is that how you spell Caucasian? And so I will get that corrected and I will send it to you all.
Bless you.
And I will spell check it, cause I might have misspelled
More than one thing.
something, yeah.
You might tell Mrs. Salazar she also misspelled substitute.
She did, she was missing an S. Miss Salazar, you were missing an S in substitute.
I'm an English teacher, I always catch mistakes.
So right here, we've downsized by 5 positions.
We have, we lost the ESSER funds, and the ESSER funds were a lot of money that we had. And so as we've had people resign, we've tried to kind of
Did you send it to me or to Mr. White?
tried to absorb some of the resignations and positions. So Mr. Triplehorn, tell us about our projects.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, once again. Actually, I don't think I got to say good evening before. So we have a lot of projects going on. I'm gonna talk about one that is kind of imperative, which you all are aware of. But Cooper actually was supposed to do this presentation at the July 16th board meeting. Because I was in Durango getting certified to become an ALICE instructor, so he was gonna do the presentation. So I'm gonna let him do his presentation that he did. Cooper Jones is my project manager. We just brought him on about 6 weeks. About 3 days before the flooding started.
Perfect timing.
Cooper got his feet figuratively and literally wet really quickly. So along those lines, and we're gonna talk about the flooding update here in a little bit. You guys have all been to the bathrooms down here, you see all 2 feet of the walls are missing back here at the back of the building. We reallocated those resources over to Mesa View because Mesa View is more important than this building. I know it put some people out of their offices and stuff, but I can't put kids out of classrooms. So yesterday, Cooper received a call. Mesa View is an old school, so we knew we were gonna encounter asbestos in that restoration project and rebuild. When we got all the asbestos sampling and stuff back, we found that there was an amount of asbestos that exceeded a threshold that we could just do it with an abatement company. So we actually had to submit what was called a NESHAP, which is something we have to submit to the state and I think the federal government reviews it as well. And it's for an amount of asbestos you're gonna remediate over a certain amount of square footage, okay? So of course, when you get the government involved, everything grinds to a halt. So we got a call yesterday that the 6 classrooms that are affected will not be ready for the first day of school. However, the 6 classrooms that are affected are not for classrooms, they're for like pull-out services. The art teacher is in one of the classrooms. We can just have the art teacher go to those classrooms and deliver that instruction in the class, okay? The only problem that it poses for us is that we cannot get kids through the building to the newer wing that's in the back. So we're gonna meet with Miss Ray, Miss Arky Ray, she goes by Ray now, and come up with a plan of how we're gonna get those kids outside, they're gonna have to go outside basically to get to their classrooms in the other wing. Not a huge deal. So that's where we're at with that. Cooper's gonna go ahead and take over now, and I'll stand by back here for questions that come at the end of the presentation.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Triplehorn. Madam President, members of the board, directors, myself. I'm happy to give an update on the projects that we have going on. And if you'll go to the next slide for me. You can see the project name, the budget that we have, and the estimated completion. So a lot of these projects, I came in and facilitated a need that it was eating up all of Ron's bandwidth because there's 100 projects going on and there's only one Ron. So these are what is on our scope today. Blue Water Elementary School is nearing completion. We have the locks getting put into the building and all of the driveways and all those things being taken care of now. Mesa View will be done in August 2025. I will say one thing about our contractors, they are awesome. We had that flooding event and they lost a lot of the work that they had done with their dirt. And they really will not see a significant delay in their operations. So the Continental Divide building, which I'm sure you're all aware of, we just acquired and it closed a week ago from the last meeting, so the week of July 10th. And we have already put plans in motion there, walking through with a general contractor, plumbing, electrician, HVAC, and that should be done in February. And that's gonna be a huge asset for the district so that we can have our presence in the community and really get all of the core operations in the same place.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry.
If you wouldn't mind, let's let him finish and then we'll ask questions at the end.
Yeah, which I'm happy to do. We're doing the DriftNet security system, which is camera installation and those types of things at all of our buildings eventually, but starting first at GHS. The flooding recovery we'll touch on later. With what Ron had mentioned before with the asbestos and the emergency NESHAP, I'm actually a certified asbestos inspector and contractor in the state of New Mexico. The scope of that project is considerably large because of the type of flooding and the area that it affected. So we're talking about like flooring that has been there since the building was built, that is under layers of flooring. So there's a lot of work that has to go into that. The good news is we talked the general contractor into coming before they started the asbestos abatement. So they should have all of their material list and all that stuff ordered previously, so we're not waiting on a lead time for materials to get it back. We're doing a furniture refresh at Grants High School that we've been working on forever. That $750,000 is actually significantly over what we will end up doing because our district's awesome and we're saving some money. The lighting at Grants High School and Laguna Acoma High School for the softball field, baseball field, and softball fields out on the east side, that's in motion. And we have great electricians in town that are really good at getting stuff done timely and cost effective. Storage at the middle school here and then at the high school in Laguna. We actually just got GPS systems in all of our light fleet vehicles, so maintenance and all of our buses and all of that stuff. So we'll be able to see where our maintenance people are, what speeds they're driving, what they're listening to on the radio, if they're wearing their seatbelt, all those types of things. Which is really important because we need to keep our people accountable and we need to make sure that we're doing things that are safe and that we are where we need to be, you know? So no 6-hour lunch breaks and those types of things. And then just lastly, I have looked over Ron's master plan for the facilities and he is planning on presenting that at a future date. And I'm happy to field any questions that you might have on any of the projects.
Ms. Hunt Daly.
Yeah, what actual departments are you gonna house at the CDC building?
Sure, so there's a little bit of a question mark there, especially because I think we're remodeling this new building and I think people want to be there. So technology will be there, maintenance will be there. I know that Ron will have some of the food service stuff there as well. We'll have all of like the locksmith stuff, which falls under maintenance, so we have the room for that. There will also be there's a warehouse there, so we'll have some shipping and receiving. Our white fleet will be there as well. They have a few outbuildings where we can get in and do oil changes and work on some stuff out of the elements where currently we're operating out of 3 bays, and none of them are big enough for a bus, so we're trying to tackle those things. There has been discussion of other entities or other departments moving up there, but
I threw a curveball at him a few weeks ago, Mrs. Hundaly, and I said, well, what if we move central office to that building and, you know, have this building available for something else? And we went there today and kind of did a walkthrough, and our goal right now is for it to be a student support center. And so anything that a student needs, we want them to be able to go there. So if they need help with their Chromebook, the, you know, technology department will be there, or they can go in and check out their Chromebooks, or food services, and so I think we decided that central office would not move there, but that we truly want it to be a student support center.
I forgot to mention also that our security coordinator will be housed there, which is huge. I mean, he has a lot on his plate.
I also think Mr. would object to being moved a third time. He was.
Mr. Chavez.
Mr. Chavez, who was down at the old building, and I'm here, and you wanna move him again.
Who's Mr. Chavez?
Mr. Chavez, Earl.
Earl,
Oh.
right above you,
Right,
Oh, yeah,
yes.
yes.
right above you.
So, did you say the IT is also gonna be housed there?
Yes, technology.
So all of the departments that I oversee will be housed in there, along with maybe some additional student support services in there. So we talked about maybe moving student information systems up there because they deal with student registration and also anything that deals with students would be handled in that building. This building would be more like business and HR, superintendent's office, instruction department would probably stay here. So just kind of making a one central stop for parents to go to if they need to do something for their student that requires district level stuff. So transportation would be there, food service, all my departments, plus some additional ones, possibly.
And I kind of like the way central office is set up, because it's still like classrooms, you know what I mean, where the trainings can be done here at central office.
Mr.
There's some really nice training rooms in that building.
Oh, is there? But like I said, I've never been in here since I left here in '84, and it's still almost the same, like I said, it's used well.
There are 2, maybe 3 conference style rooms in that building that
Really?
would facilitate space for professional learning or training or onboarding and those things, which will be especially helpful for like our transportation. I mean, we have a lot of bus drivers that they keep up on their certifications and on their trainings and things like that, so that's really important. Same for our maintenance guys.
Or we could bring in family, you know,
Yeah.
meetings,
Exactly.
family training.
Right now, our
On
employees are doing,
books, you know, like me, train them
Oh,
on their
yeah,
computers.
I thought you were talking like having them at Danza in the back or
No,
something.
no, I mean, you could actually have family come in and train them how to use their Chromebooks, you know what I mean?
Yeah, cause that is a huge issue within our community.
You know, where you
right?
can just have a meeting there and everybody could come in and you can show them how to do Chromebooks.
Yeah.
I think I've been to one of their meetings, there is a big meeting room in there.
Their boardroom is a big
Yeah, I
space,
think
yeah.
I think we've been in there, Ron.
And it has not been remodeled since it was built, so if you need a blast from the past, go check out the purple carpet and the wood paneling,
Yeah.
it'll take you right back.
Yeah, I remember being.
So to continue, my question about IT, so there's gonna be room to rebuild all the cabling and the massive,
No.
that was in there.
So the IT department, the personnel are gonna be located at that building. The network center is still gonna be at the portable where it's at. And the reason for that is that networks operations center, or the data center as they call it, that was built using E-rate money. And so we cannot do anything with that for 5 years, and the last time they did anything with E-rate money in that building was 2 years ago. So we have to wait 3 years before we can migrate all of the network up to Continental Divide. So
So the personnel will stay at the old building.
No, personnel will come to Continental Divide.
Infrastructure will stay.
Infrastructure will stay where it's at now. So,
Were they hit by the flooding?
no. The Continental Divide building or IT?
No, IT.
No, they were not. They're in portables, so their buildings sit kind of high off the ground, so I think we had a little bit behind the old McBride building where the entrance used to be. I think there was some residual stuff coming over the ditch in there, but it did not affect the IT department.
Most of the flooding was on this side of Second Street and First and Second Street.
Well, it did rip out the fence at the old boardroom. It ripped out part of that fence there, so it did come up over the banks, but. So one good news actually that I kind of, if you look on the flooding recovery, there's one that's there, it says GHS track replacement completion. So Robert Cohen actually came in yesterday and started the cleanup of the turf, because we got silt into the turf as well. They're actually cleaning the track right now too. So they scraped up all the dirt and silt off of it. It's entirely possible that they might be able to save the track. So we may not have to replace it, thank God, because that's a $500,000 job and it takes 3 or 4 months to do it, and you can't do it in the winter. So we would have to get it done now, so.
So are they digging deeper for that, for, heaven forbid it happens again? They may-
So this ditch up here, just so you guys are aware, the rain event that we had on that day was considered a 500-year rain event, okay? So the last time we got that much rain was 500 years ago. We got, here at the site, we got 5 1/4 inches of rain in 90 minutes, okay? That ditch, if it was 100 feet deep, wouldn't have been big enough to handle all the water. So they are reinforcing some things, but they're building it as it was designed, which is designed to handle a 100-year rain event, so.
But what happened was the city buried that hole that was supposed to be there to gather it, so it backed up and then it just came all the way over here.
Well, and even down at the bottom where they do the bonfire and stuff, we actually have a collection pond on our site. That was completely flat because it was filled with silt. So the contractors have been super awesome that are doing this job. This is a city project. In conjunction with us, we're funding some of it. They called me one day and they said, hey, Ron, is it okay if we clean up around the football field and do the dirt work back there? I'm like, that would be freaking awesome. Because I don't have the equipment to do that. So they've been really great. The city came in and offered to, once we get everything more cleaned up, to bring their street sweepers in and clean the parking lot back here for us. So we've had, the city, that's one thing I have to say about grants is the entities in grants are great because we share resources. Other districts I've worked in, it's not that way. So we have great resources to pull from each other, whether it's county, city, or whatever, or us, so.
I noticed in a report that I received that early college, they were also hit. I don't know who sent me the report, maybe that was Mr. Jones.
So Early College did get flooded. That building that Early College is housed in. They were able to get their restoration company there by 5 o'clock that evening. And so the damage to that building was really minimal. They didn't have to cut out as much walls as we did, because we couldn't get ours here till Monday, so things were wet for the weekend. So we did a tour of the building last Friday. They have a certification from the restoration company that everything was disinfected, mold inhibitor is sprayed on everything. There's no flooring in there right now, but they can have classes, so.
Over at the branch, the early
Were you the
college
one that was
building.
sending me the report? It was like a 980 number,
Nope,
and I asked, who is this? But they sure knew what was happening.
I'm a 505 number, so
No, this is 505,
980?
980, I'm looking for it now.
No, I'm either 240 or 870, so.
And I'm a 290, so not I.
Well, like you said, 500 years, there was like waterfalls coming off
Yeah,
that
I've never seen that
every
all the time
direction of
in
that
grants.
mesa had waterfalls.
Yes, and it went into my house.
It was beautiful.
It was-
Yeah.
No,
it was pretty.
yeah, it went
I mean, it
through
was-
my house. It burst the doors open
Yeah.
and came in my house. We had 6 inches of water
I mean, you
in
can
our
sit here and you
house.
can just see it just going off the
The
mesa.
other
Yeah.
thing that I'd like to bring your attention to, and I'll be bringing to you guys to this as an action item for the August 6th board meeting is we just built a new field at Laguna for baseball and softball, and we built a new softball field. We have now designed lighting systems for all 3 of those fields. It's $750,000 is the price tag. About $500,000 of that is gonna stay here in town. It's going to a local contractor.
That's
So
great.
he's paying $250,000 for the lights, he's doing all the labor and everything, so that money, most of it's gonna stay here in town. So I will be bringing that to you guys for approval at the next board meeting as an action item.
And when is your expected completion on that?
Of what?
Yes.
The lighting?
Yeah.
So if we can get it approved at the next board meeting, my anticipated completion date on that would be February, so right before the season starts. And they're LED,
Both fields, or 3 fields?
3 fields.
2 fields at Laguna and 1 at Grants High School. And then I have some other lighting projects that I'd like to do that down the road, but we need to save a few pennies before we do that, because obviously lighting is very expensive, so.
What's the storage at Lambs and how many,
So they need more storage, not necessarily, they're running out of, like, the welding teacher at Lambs has run out of space in her room for, metal, tanks, stuff like that. So what we're gonna do is buy some storage containers for those sites to alleviate some of those storage issues.
I know there's
That's
3
it,
behind her.
Correct.
Laguna, that's at Laguna Acoma, not Los Alamitos, right?
No, at Los
Is it
Alamitos
Los
as well.
Alamitos as well?
Salamitos has they have some athletic,
Yeah, like all the football equipment that takes up a
Athletic
ton of room,
equipment
they're gonna store it in that in
needs.
the off season.
And that's at Lambs.
But
yes, the
welding is.
But welding is Laguna.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
just clarifying. Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions?
they kind of stole my thunder for the superintendent's report, so
They really did.
I'll get, we can keep that one short in a little bit.
Okay, well, thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones and Mr. Triplehorn.
Board members, the next presentation actually came to you in your emails. It was you were all blind copied on it. It is the Open Meeting Act resolution that we approved in our meeting last week.
Yes.
In our special meeting. And so I wanted to make sure that you had a copy of that. We did approve it last week, but I wanted you to see it with the changes that the attorney had promised. And so that came to you in your emails. It's also here in the binder.
After, it should be after the presentation of Mr. Cooper.
I'll answer to
I
anything.
saw it on my email, but I'll
Yes.
So did I.
Just don't call you late for dinner.
Exactly.
I appreciate the facilities report, but we have a little bit more detail. So we don't have to second guess or writing on like when it's going to be due and stuff like that. This is the only reports that we get, and so I just wanna make sure that we have all the information available to us.
We can, and we can keep you updated on that, Mrs. Sunday.
What kind, if you don't mind?
When you mentioned you had a lot of reports or a lot of projects, and then it was a one page.
Yeah, so we have a lot of smaller projects that we manage that, you know, are a couple $1,000s or whatever. I mean, I could probably talk to you for 8 hours about all the projects, different projects, well, what I consider projects. Anything I work on is a project. So, you know, I didn't include any of the technology projects in here that I do. And so when I saw the request, I thought it was more of facilities projects, so that's what we provided you.
Nothing's too small to report, this, okay, I revert back to our policies that, you order for us to stay abreast of everything that's going on, if we get ever questions or asked, to try and make a decision, I wanna make sure that I have all the information.
So if you ever get a request and you don't have the answer, you can always have them call me.
It's always better in writing, you can refer back to the report.
So, I mean, I would rather them hear it from the horse's mouth, cause I can give them, you know, whatever detail they need or that I am allowed to give them. But just if you have someone that calls and wants to know something about a project, just have them call my office and I will get back to them. I'm never in my office, so I always have to return phone calls.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I would still specify it to be written. I'll be honest, since I was on the board since 2013, this is the first actual facility report in writing that I've received, even though I've requested it every year. And
So I actually did one for you last year, and you said the same thing last year.
So just in writing.
In writing, I gave it to you last year.
Last year, I just remember you saying it was in your head.
We'll make sure that you get those reports. So I mentioned the Open Meetings Act, we approved it last week, and so if everybody is in agreement, Mrs. Lee will be able to sign that. Then we'll be compliant.
And Mr. Ortiz.
And Mr. Ortiz.
Where is it at?
It's the,
Behind the,
it's in presentations.
it's behind the red, Mr. Jones's presentation and Mr. Tripplehorn.
Just before,
Behind the blue.
blue first.
These are action items.
Also, behind the Open Meeting Act resolution, you have the information on what it will cost to refurnish Grants High School. They have not had a furniture update in a long time. And so that's one of the projects that we shared there. It's on the list of projects that we're working on. It's rather expensive, but everything's expensive. And they have 60 classrooms, and so, Mr. Maldonado, do you wanna speak about that?
Sure thing. Thank you very much, Madam President, board members, Mr. Superintendent. We followed a process that identified 1,248 student desks that were needed for the Grants High School, which hadn't had a refresh or replacement since '05. So it's a long time. And we went out and got samples, set up a mock classroom for 4 weeks so that teachers could go and evaluate it, give their feedback to the leadership. They did all of that on their own. Then based on that, the leadership of the school came up with a spec sheet for us. We then went out to ask for quotes from members, vendors who were already part of a purchasing co-op. So we didn't do an invitation to bid, we just did asking for quotes, which we're allowed to do when they're part of the purchasing co-ops. And it came back with those items that you see there. Even though Officescapes was the lowest bid, once we evaluated them, they had not bid on the spec that we gave them, they bid on the alternate. So we went to the next lowest one, which was K-12, and yes, K is spelled correctly, K-12 furniture at $603,547. This furniture refresh will be paid for with SB 9 money, so it's all money that comes from the state for us to improve classrooms and furniture for students.
And finally, we have
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado.
it's listed as 2 presentations. It's actually 1 action item. Dr. Martin.
Oh, we have a question.
Oh, sorry.
So how often do we change out
schools? I mean, you said it was 2005 was the last time they did
High school,
the high school.
GHS.
Do we evaluate every school every year or 5 years or?
Since I've been here, what we have done, we did a complete refresh of a couple of elementary schools where we bought a few, not the entire thing, but we bought furniture for a few classrooms where there was broken furniture, things like that. So we had we did refresh of some elementary schools, right? Last year, we refreshed completely Laguna Acoma schools. They had everything done, every single classroom, science rooms, every single classroom done there. And so when we received extra allocation on the SB9 money, we talked to Mr. Widener and we wanted to look at the next best thing because Mesa View is under construction, we're not gonna buy any furniture there. Blue Water is under construction, we didn't wanna buy any furniture there. And so the complete refresh is going to be for Grants High School. We also identified certain elementary classrooms that needed a refresh, but not the entire school. So based on the specs that were given and agreed upon for Blue Water Elementary, those classroom specs are going to be coming to you with a request to pay for a number of different classrooms here and there, like Cabrera Elementary, Silieta, things like that. But that hasn't been put together yet. So the bigger schools, that Mamani Elementary has good furniture, but they have some classrooms that need refreshing. So we didn't feel the need to do a complete refresh of any bigger school or any other school completely, but we are going to identify elementary classrooms that need new furniture. So
That comes from a
does that
Senate,
answer your question, sir?
it comes from a Senate bill.
It comes from SB9 money, yes.
So who provided the report on which furniture stuff they need at each school?
We asked Dr. Martin to work with the instructional coaches. The instructional coaches went out and met with different teachers and identified which classes needed to be refreshed, and they came back with the list based on what the teachers and the principal there provided.
And if somebody is missed or doesn't get it, I know that they did some furniture refreshing in some of the classes that teachers benefit.
All classrooms were refreshed, all classrooms. And so I don't know about, I can't really question the process that Dr. Martin used with the instructional coaches. We have to rely on their feedback. And I imagine that if some classroom is not done, that we're more than happy to go and refresh that if that need arises.
Okay, I was provided the resolution.
Mr. Widener.
So our final, there's really one I mean, it's not even a formal presentation, it's an action item, but so historically, as a district, we have used Lexia as a platform for interventions, there's assessments, we use it throughout the district. In the last year, Dr. Martin has been very involved in vetting our platforms and our information. He's taken it to the principals, he's taken it to the instructional coaches, and we've taken it to teachers, trying to find out what they need, what they want. What's come back is that they really enjoy the STAR assessments, and that's a short cycle assessment that we use through Renaissance. Renaissance is a large company. They have multiple platforms under their umbrella. And so there are Freckle math interventions that come with assessment. Oh, Dr. Martin's here. Dr. Martin is at a curriculum training program in California. So Dr. Martin, do you want to talk about this?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Widener. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Widener, colleagues, and our audience. So in recent years, Renaissance has purchased a number of the companies we have subscriptions in. we've not gone to the board for any Renaissance platform. The reason for that is because none of them really reached the $60,000 threshold and all that. But with all of the other companies or other subscriptions being bought by Renaissance, and with us trying to make it easier for the district, the business office, my office to actually maintain them, because what happened was they expired at different dates. We had to renew them at different dates, and so we went ahead and talked to Renaissance if it would be possible for us to just put them all together, which just makes sense because all of them are actually in one platform, which is the Renaissance platform. Uh, um, and so what came out of that is what you have. And I'm sorry, but I don't have the first page of what's in your packet. I provided you with the Renaissance subscription breakdown. But if I could share my screen, I also have the quote with me, showing those platforms and they're in this part of the quote. So the quote includes Renaissance Accelerated Reader, uh, Accelerated Reader 360, which our elementary schools, grades K through 6, used for a number of years with a platform that supports independent reading practice. Include It also includes Star Essential, the Star Essential suite. If you know Star Reading, come again, ma'am.
I'm so sorry, I was handing a paper down with the information that you
no,
have.
no worries, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt.
May I continue, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, thank you. So the Star Essential Suite is pretty much the Star Reading and Star Math for grades K through 6. It's a holistic approach to assessments, combining computer adaptive assessments in reading and math for grades K through 6. And that's a renewal. The AR360 is also a renewal. We've had it for years. Star Reading is a renewal. It includes Star computer adaptive assessments to measure students' reading abilities and comprehension skills. That's for grades 7 through 12. I apologize for the typo. Star Math, it's a computer adaptive assessment for math. Again, that's a renewal. And then Renaissance Fundamentals, which is our SEL survey, and which all our schools actually found really useful last year. It told them non-academic barriers our students are experiencing that hinders their learning and success. That's also a renewal. And then and so all those totaled to 89,353.87. The aggregate of all those costs. We used to pay those at different times of the year, which of course is very which makes it hard to monitor, and again, they all fall in the same platform. If you click on the Renaissance icon on the students, teacher and teachers desktops, all those icons will come up in that one single icon that they click. And then this year, we've like what Superintendent Widener told a while ago, we've surveyed our principals, our instructional coaches, and teachers. And one thing that they were longing for is the missing piece in all that resources that we have inside Renaissance, which is student-centered and teacher-driven differentiated practice and instruction. So the intervention part is what's missing in that collection of resources under Renaissance. And last week, correct me if I'm mistaken, Mr. Widener. Last week we let Renaissance present Preco in front of our principals, and Freco is a platform that our instructional coaches are also familiar with. And what's good about Freco is the instruction that it gives the student actually relates to what results they get from their STAR assessments. So it's not a random instruction, but it actually adjusts to whatever results our students get in the assessments they take in STAR. And not only that, our teachers can also use it for high dosage tutoring, independent practice, and full class instructions. And again, it's also housed in the Renaissance platform itself. And Freco for all our school sites, it's for grades K through 12 will cost us about $6,822.92. Now, Mr. Widener mentioned about us streamlining our learning platforms. We are also looking into some of our other platforms and making decisions on which ones are redundant and are low in usage, and so we're doing that, and with the addition of Freco into the Renaissance platform, that would be something that will be easily be decided by our teachers and administrators when we get to that point. I'm ready for questions regarding our Renaissance quote and presentation.
It's kind of like Renaissance is the grocery store. And so we're going in and getting our different groceries, and we have to write one check to Renaissance. And so, but Dr. Martin has been very good about taking it to the schools. What do you want? What do you use? What do you need? And it's the picture is getting very clear, Dr. Martin, don't you think?
Absolutely, sir. And our teachers are feeling supported because we're trying our best to give them the resources they need to help their students succeed, sir. Plus, they find it reasonable because having a lot of platforms and having multiple platforms for the same stuff sometimes confuses our teachers on which ones to use. And so just streamlining everything for the district would be for the best.
Board members? Ms. Daly?
So I'm looking at this quote. So the cost of adding Freco is $66,000. And we're paying $89,000 for the Renaissance. Now what does Freco provide that the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 programs don't provide?
Were you able to hear that, Dr. Martin?
Yes, Madam President. Miss Daly, Freco is intervention. So the Star Essential Suite, Star Reading, Star Math are computer adaptive assessments in reading and math. Where Freckle comes in is it takes those assessment results and creates an instructional pathway for them to help them improve in standards they missed and they're weak in. And Freckle can also be used by our teachers because Freckle itself has what do you call this, several aspects in it that can help with whole classroom instruction. It actually also includes, forgive me if I pronounce this wrong, Lalilo. And I've spoken with Amanda Valdez. Her kids used it during the pandemic. Lalilo is actually it's a literacy program for grades K through 2 that teaches students how to read. So if they take their STAR reading assessment and the assessment deems a student needing help with reading, it automatically takes them to Lalilo as an intervention to help them learn to read. So it has several aspects that it and several components that it takes a student to in order to help them with whatever weaknesses they have and standards they need more help with for mastery and all that. And Renaissance Fundamentals is again SEL. It's an SEL survey. It tells our administrators and teachers how our students are feeling. It tells them barriers in their education, non-academic barriers, for them to be able to address those and to help our students more successful in their learning and all that. And Accelerated 360 is it's a reading practice that our elementary schools have had for a while already, and that's just a renewal, and they love AR 360. When you go to our elementary schools, they have all those AR 360 certificates hanging on their walls for successful achievements of their students. Did I answer your question, Ms. Daly?
Yes, and now you forwarded me another question.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know if you're familiar with an old program called Compass Learning.
Yes, ma'am. And I love that.
Yes, so did I. I had over 100 students one year, and so we adopted Compass. It was very expensive at the time. I don't know how expensive it is now, or if it still exists. But I had to develop 100+ different pathways for every individual student. And so after the instruction was over, then they went on the computer and each student had their own pathway. So they couldn't cheat with the other students to master. They had to master it before it allowed them to move forward. And so the kids were really enjoying that program. I had everybody, before school started, during lunch, after school, coming because those pathways were specifically for their specific need that was identified. And I even had one day the basketball coach come looking for his team, and they were all in my classroom after school. And so it was competitive to the point where they each had their own individual pathways, so they couldn't borrow from another student. So when they sat in front of the computer, they had something specifically designed for them. And so is this what the same premise that Freckle is doing, and the teachers are going to build individual pathways for every student?
Absolutely, ma'am. That's exactly what Freckle is. It takes their assessment results and puts them in a pathway. that's the difference of Freckle with let's say reflex math that we currently have, because that doesn't connect to some assessment a student takes. Freckle feeds off results coming from STAR assessments, and it puts them in a pathway. Each student different from another, for them to help them more effectively master standards that they need help.
And so are the teachers provided, computers in their classroom so that all students can, get on if there's a need, or do they have to? Well, the reason I'm asking is because the minute they bought companies and I knew what was involved in it, I demanded, okay, you want me to do this, bring up, at that time they called it AYP, you get me 17 computers for my classroom. And so I got 17 computers. And so this sounds like they're gonna have to have access to computers in order to get on the program. So are teachers gonna be provided enough laptops or desktops to supplement their each student?
I believe our objective at this time is to have a classroom set available in every classroom, a classroom set of Chromebooks in every classroom that they can utilize for such. And correct me if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Widener. And aside from
You are correct.
aside from most of our students having Chromebooks already, that's what the district's plan is, to have a classroom set available in each classroom for every student to utilize for such an activity.
So I'll ask Mr. Weiner, the Chromebooks stay in the classroom or they go home with the students?
They will.
They stay
They
in the
will.
classroom.
Our goal is to have complete sets in the classroom, so, you know, Bobby always uses computer number 2 and then puts it back and it's got the charger, and then Bobby leaves and Renee comes in and she gets on computer number 2, but we wanna keep those functioning, working classroom sets in every classroom.
And so they probably have a port where they put them in to be charged at the end of the day.
And there's carts that they used to call them computers on wheels, cows. Now they have those charging stations.
And so this is the first year we're gonna use it, or do we have results of Freckle? Or this is just a new thing?
We do not. We just vetted it 3 weeks ago with the principals and the teachers and the instructional coaches. And they were telling us this is what they really wanted as their math intervention.
So just Freckle is new, but the rest of Renaissance.
The rest is all we've had. It's our grocery list, right? That's the stuff that we've had through the years. And Freckle is the new part, but it's thrown us over in our money, and now Renaissance has acquired all of the other companies, and so we have to write one big check to Renaissance.
Well, I remember Renaissance, our accelerated reading, that's gotta be old, that was in 2004.
And they've kind of taken on all these different companies, and it's funny when they come to present, cause you have the Renaissance lady, but then you have the specialist for Freckle and the specialist for Lexia, you know, and so they, you know, so it's been a lot of vetting and going through what they have, and not to mention the STAR assessments. That's where our data is coming from, and it very much aligns with the tests, and so it's exciting to see our data improving. We gotta work on 5th grade, Dr. Martin.
So,
Absolutely, sir.
Dr. Martin, how do the teachers like
Those are the
it?
COVID kids.
That they get, the STAR reading, the accelerated reading, it's the STAR for renewal, STAR math, STAR reading. How do the teachers like it? Do they use it dedicatedly, or are they dedicated to using it every classroom, every class period?
For sure, ma'am. I'll give you an example. I've spoken with Amanda Valdez from Mount Taylor. Her plan is to have every student in her campus take the STAR Essential Suite or STAR Assessment monthly. So teachers can monitor their students' progress where they are at. And the good thing about that is by them taking the STAR reading and STAR math assessment for elementary schools, it puts them in a pathway in Freckle. And so the teacher can actually use Freckle for intervention for those students and differentiation as well. That's what we're lacking in the past few years. We have all these assessment platforms, but we don't really have, like what you said about Campus a while ago, a platform that takes that puts them in a pathway that could effectively help them in their standards mastery.
It would be interesting, and I would maybe like to suggest that this first year they use Freckle that to keep assessment on how successful it's going to be. Because like he said, all the other ones don't really provide the data that is necessary for success. And just to brag a little bit, we never met AYP when I was there. When I got Compass, the first year we met AYP with over 150 points. And the second year we used it, it was 300. And I told my students, if we pass it over 500 or above, I'll dye my hair blue. And we did pass it by 550, and I reneged on it. I didn't dye my hair blue. But that individual instruction, our kids all learn differently, and so they have to have that tool to assist them. So Dr. Martin, I just suggest that you monitor that first year that they use Freckle to see how successful, not so much how Freckle is, but how successful the other programs that we've been using for years. And maybe those aren't the right programs to use. So, and we could use that data to ensure that our students are progressing.
Well, and
Absolutely, ma'am.
it's interesting too, because in all of our vetting and conversations with teachers and schools, and there's been a lot of different platforms that we've had, and so we've gone to one grocery store, we've gone to a box store, and so we have a lot of wheels spinning, and it seems like Renaissance stuff is kind of aligned to the assessments, and so it'll help us to track the progress, we hope.
It's also gonna bring up levels of social diversity, because not all ethnic groups learn the same.
Exactly.
And so that would help us insert a program for cultural diversity that we currently don't have.
Correct.
And so we need to do something to bring that, or else we'll be looking down at us again.
We don't want that.
I know why they don't give me all the information, because I asked too many questions.
That's very good.
And I was just.
One last little comment, and that is to Mr. Martin. I'm totally familiar with all of this with Renaissance, so I know what we're talking about there. This has to do with assessment. What's important is the instruction, and what you said, the differentiation. And in the state of New Mexico, we have to address the at-risk populations of those students who have been historically not achieving as well as they should. So when we report on the success or how we're doing with these things, we want to be sure that the board is aware how well these assessments are assessing what it is that it's supposed to learn. Because the first question is, what do we having the children know and be able to do? Second question is, what assessments are we using? Which is, and then what do we do when they don't learn? So that's the challenge for us all the time. And what you're saying is that these will generate certain kinds of reports. And they're like, they just determine how after they're going to do that, and whether these schools are going to be consistent in utilizing these things. For all schools, the one thing that I'm interested in is the high school, is the extent to which the teachers say that it's generating information about the students to read, and to develop a canvas. I'm hoping that that'll be really successful as a tool for the high school teachers. Thank you.
And I guess, just from my being here, I've been here for 6 months and I've seen a lot of the studies that they've done with the schools and it is the fifth graders that are struggling. I'm just wondering, is it a national deal? Is it the COVID? Or those are the kids that never got in the classroom, right?
Dr. Martin and I have talked, it could be that the questions are a little harder for the kids or they're asking some different stuff from the standards that.
Well, I've been in some, like I said, I've toured some of the schools and they show me their charts and I look at them and it's the fifth graders that I'm seeing that are struggling. It's like it's always fifth, no matter what school you go to, it's fifth. When documents that I've seen that have been produced by you guys that I've seen.
They were first graders when we closed the school and so, it could be that there's, but it could be that the assessments are harder too. And
even before
But
the
if it's a tool
pandemic, it was
that'll
all
help them, like they say, it's might as well buy it.
Introduced in fourth grade within testing.
If I may add, Mr. White?
Yes.
Of course.
So when I had my instructional coaches meeting yesterday, we actually went over results. And if you look at if you compared last year's fifth grade, the achievement of last year's fifth graders when they were fourth graders, it actually went up. So compared to how they performed when they were in fourth and fifth, it actually went up. It just so happened that they performed lower than last year fifth graders, but their achievement went up from fourth to fifth. But if I may add as well, what we're doing differently probably this year because now that we have Renaissance and multiple platforms in it. I've already spoken with Lauren Gillis, our Renaissance success manager. We our objective is to give each of our site-based data analysis trainings. Remember when we went to the NIMCEL training on that was given by Loving. It's the data analysis part that they focused on, which helped them find those students who they can push to that proficiency level that will help them improve in their proficiency percentages. So I'm already communicating with them regarding that, and our objective is to have site-based data analysis training for our site.
Dr. Martin, we also need to make sure that these different programs are working. I don't know if any of you guys are as old as I am, but I remember doing chapter 1. That was back in 2004, 2003, and now the programs are still the same, but the name has changed. It goes from chapter 1, and they went to something else, and then we were at Kagan, and they went to something else. And so we just have to make sure that we bring in new stuff, that it's actually working, and not just, I'm looking at the quotes and I'm saying, oh my God, we better make sure Renaissance is working for us. I said, that's a lot of expenditures. But I'm not saying our kids aren't worth it, but I'm just saying if it doesn't work, why do we need to use it?
Right, and that's where we've really been looking to, and I should tell you guys, PED is looking at this Renaissance platform. Dr. Martin mentioned that they were doing a workshop and PED's looking at utilizing the Renaissance as, you know, a couple years ago, we did Pearson and all of that. So now so we'll be a little ahead of the game if PED goes to Renaissance.
Once again, this is assessment, it's not instruction.
Correct.
And so.
But it's also
our effort
interventions.
has to be in the quality of instruction that the PLCs are generating, and how do they utilize the information that the PLCs are creating when they have their weekly meetings on doing all the charting that we see, and incorporate this data like they've seen in their classrooms or in wherever they are. So that's pretty critical. So thank you.
Going off of that, as an instructional leader or instructional coach or PLC leader, we used to have in our training a teacher that was using a good instructional lesson plan, and we would have them come into our PLCs and model that lesson plan so that other teachers got the opportunity, hey, that might work with my class. And so it's important that we have the teachers buy into it, but also provide them with alternatives so that their classroom makeup might be different.
So they can share that
Like a
information.
networking.
And that was what you
Thank you,
were
Dr. Martin.
working
Oh,
on with.
thank you very much, ma'am. Can I go to the next piece of my of my presentation, sir?
Yeah.
Madam President. So, Madam President, members of the board, the other piece of my presentation is Lexia. So last year, I went before, I presented before you as well regarding Lexia, and it's a platform that has been used by our school sites, including our private schools for a very long time, probably even before I joined the district. We've already been using it, and I forgot to mention both these platforms are actually being paid for by Title I, and I'm here before you again this year, asking your approval for help during the consent agenda or consent, yeah, that part of this meeting for approval of this Lexia purchase.
Okay, Madam President, Dr. Martin, we have two forms, with two different figures. This one is created 6/11/2024, and the other one is created 2/5/24. So do these only last half a year or after? Because it looks like we get billed in June, and then we get billed again in February. Maybe it's 6, 7 months, 8 months.
Could you please repeat that, ma'am?
Yes.
I'm not sure, Dr. Martin, she's asking you, there's a date of February and a date of June.
Date of February, date of on the Renaissance, sir, or on the Lexia?
Lexia.
That's
On the
like
Lex.
a lot of money.
So 6/11, let's go back.
I don't see the February one.
I don't
The one
either.
I'm looking at is dated June. It's a year subscription. And there's a price for a 2-year subscription.
The quote created date.
Yes.
Oh, let me explain that, ma'am. So, in February, I got a quote from Lexia And that's the February quote. And they quoted us for 89,190. And I spoke, so prior to June 11, I spoke with our success representative from success manager from Lexia. I said, we've been using your platform for a really long time. Can I please get a discount? Can we please get a discount? Can you offer us a discount for having been with you for a while? And so that's what they gave. This the quote in front is what they gave us. So if we subscribe for a year, they'll give us a 5% discount of 4,460. And so instead of us paying 89,190, you'll pay 84,730.50. And that's what I'm coming before you for approval tonight.
Okay, so which one are we approving?
So, right, so Dr. Martin, apparently there were two, one was an older and one was a newer. So are we looking to approve the June? The June, was it June 11th, I think is the date on that one?
The June 11, ma'am, the discounted one.
Thank you, Dr. Martin.
You're very welcome, sir. Thank you.
Do you have a copy of that one? Because I'm gonna
Option
need
one
to.
or option two?
It's, oh, are you on the Renaissance or on the Lexia?
Alexia, that's the one he's asking us to
So
go on.
he says it's the one that has the June 11th date on it.
And you see that, book, it has option one and option two, so which one are we
So-
voting on?
Dr. Martin, did you hear that? On the Lexia, it has option one and option two. Which one is it that you're requesting the board seek to approve?
We are requesting, I highlighted 84,730.50. That was the discounted price for a 1-year subscription. In previous years, I've actually discussed this with Mr. Maldonado. Moving forward, we might be able to talk to these companies and arrange something with them that will allow us to use federal funding year per year, splitting the amount in a span of 3 years, because the problem we had when I communicated such a thing with our Title I liaison from NMPED from previous years, if we get into a 3-year deal, 3-year subscription, and the company asks us to pay the entire amount for in one fiscal year, it will sort of mess up the writing of the grant in succeeding years and all that. And so she advised me to just stick with a yearly subscription during that time. But moving forward, the business office and I, Mr. Maldonado, and I, Miss Jones, of course, because she's the overseer of our federal funds. We'll communicate and we'll look into that and maybe look into a bigger discount going with 3-year or more years of subscription.
Okay, so on the Lexia, I'm sorry, we're gonna just go right back to this.
Yes, ma'am.
You gave us the quote for Lexia. And it says 1 year with 5% discount saves the district $4,460, and then it says option one. And that total is $84,730.50. Then you have a 2-year option with a 14% discount that saves the district $25,000, and that is option 2.
Yes, ma'am.
So at this time, to clarify for the board, you are recommending option 1, correct? For 1 year at $84,730.50, because you said that was the one that was highlighted. So that is your recommendation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jones also has some information.
So the reason that he's recommending the 1 year is because it's being paid for out of Title I, which is federal funding. So we cannot pay for a multi-year contract out of 1 year.
Perfect.
So that's why he's recommending that we go with the 1 year option and not the multi-year option, because that would
Perfect.
put us out of compliance with that grant.
Perfect. And then does that also, Renaissance is a 1-year contract for us also,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Okay, we're getting there, sir, we're getting there. Did that clarify, Dr. Guy? What she said.
So
All
yes,
right,
it would be a greater savings, but unfortunately, we're not able to do that with federal funding.
But I also asked them if it was successful, who was successful with that, which they did.
Our instructors and Dr. Martin can attest to that, the instructional coaches and the teachers like the program. It has proven to be successful with what they do in their classrooms.
And I understand that, we did improve, but we're still not near proficiency. So we're maybe climbing the ladder one step at a time, and when and if we ever get close to proficiency, we can throw a party.
Right? And dye our hair blue.
they'll have to hold you
Everybody.
to it this time. All right. Anything further for Dr. Martin?
Dr. Martin, good thing you're not in a pretty part of California.
It's actually pretty nice here, sir.
You better eat some seafood for me.
We'll do, sir. Everything's nice except for the gas price over here.
You should have sent him to Chico.
Fresno.
Fresno.
President Lee, that concludes the presentations. And like I said, the superintendent's report is kind of
They stole your thunder?
a little, we'll still make rain. But I'll let you guys know, and then I've asked Cooper to kind of intervene. You have a presentation, don't you, Cooper?
Well, the pictures are pretty interesting of the
Yeah.
schools.
Pull up your presentation, Cooper. As you guys know, there are 4 of our campuses that were impacted by the flood. The flood happened on June 22nd. Our employees some of them were stranded here at central office in the afternoon that day. Mesa View on the northwest side, that's where the 4 or 5 classrooms were really impacted. They kind of set down in the basin there, and so we had 5 classrooms that were impacted at Mesa View. The west side of this building, the water was kind of coming through the back, and so as you walk down the halls, you see that there's missing flooring and missing sheetrock, and Cooper can tell you about why that is. The water was a category 3 water, which means it's got contaminants. And so Early College High School was greatly impacted. It's not, we don't own that building, NMSU does. And so as Mr. Triplehorn mentioned, they had their water people there quickly. And so it's coming back together. It has no flooring. And then GHS was impacted as we had water running across this field and the track and kind of down First and Second Streets. And so, Cooper, you wanna?
Yeah, absolutely. So, just really quick, and a lot of this will be repetitive, so I'll spare you on that. And I'll be formal, Madam President, members of the board, directors, and myself. The storm, it's something that basically has never happened in grants. The mesa serves as this roof for the city, and a lot of the water that we had was just being displaced directly onto us. So I know a few of the families that live on Fourth Street behind here, and it seemed like they opened their back door and their front door and just let it run through. So in terms of our properties being damaged, it's really the best case scenario. So when I was with the insurance adjuster and we were walking around and driving around and checking things out, he was taking pictures of the entire community and basically said, whatever we need to do, we'll get it done. We understand that this is a freak accident. So whoever's decision it was, I don't know if it's mandated that we do so, but the flood insurance definitely paid for itself this year, as a lot of these projects are very, very costly. So one thing that I did want to touch on is both the city of Grants and Cibola County declared a state of emergency, which basically gives them access to funds that they don't have regularly. And I think that that's part of the reason why they're so willing to help us clean up things and make it look good, because they've invested into the community. I have some pictures for you, if you wanna go to the next. There you go. So these are two of the classrooms at Mesa View. You can kind of see in the corners there, it was a lake in there. Mesa View is kind of situated at the bottom of town, downhill. So because we had sewer systems and drainage that was failing, it was running through people's yards and those types of things, it was deemed a category 3 because there's biocontaminants. So really gross stuff like fecal matter and pee and anything, trash, you name it. So basically what that does is it escalates the seriousness of the problem. So they had to remove anything that was touched that was porous. So you noticed in the back of the building here, they did what they call clear cuts. So they go up, I think 18 inches above anything that was wet. They cut all that drywall out, they pull out all the insulation, and then they spray a microbial solution that makes sure that it's totally bacteria-free, mold-free, nothing's gonna grow there. And what's really important about that is we have a really good relationship with the restoration company and our insurance, and they have a good relationship with each other. So we'll have a clean bill of health at Mesa View Elementary and at central office where parents that come in and say, you know, my kid got a cough, and I'm pretty sure it's because we can say, well, actually, you know, we had this independent third party come in and test it and say everything was good. So the scope of the project is considerably larger at Mesa View, mainly just because the level of occupancy and also just the damage that was there with the asbestos. Luckily, the area that flooded here was renovated previously, so there was not any asbestos there that we had to worry about, which it saved us a lot of time. And Ron and I made the decision to divert as many resources as we can to Mesa View, just to make sure that we can be ready as soon as we can. And really hats off to our maintenance department, who was able to kind of put off their day-to-day and be here and at Mesa View, moving furniture, making sure that everything was ready for the restoration company, and they've been great to work with. So if you go to the next slide, we actually have some drone footage, and that's at Mesa View. We haven't named the lake yet, but I lived in Florida for some time. It gives off some Florida vibes. So that retention pond that you see filled on that top picture, it's not shallow. It's very large, and it's just at capacity. So hats off to Bradbury Stam and our superintendent there, whose name is Hakeem. They were really proactive, and they did not miss a beat with that and making sure that that was all cleaned up. And then the next.
So the area past which one is Mesa View?
This is the new construction at Mesa View.
Oh.
So this is just east of where the existing school is.
So this is the fence on the back of the property, this black line right here. So what happened basically was the arroyo back here got plugged up down by George Hanisch and started to overflow the banks, and so it actually flooded this direction towards the school from the arroyo. Yeah.
So is that gonna delay
It's
the cleanup?
It's not. They did such a good job getting on it early. There was a considerable amount of dirt work that had to happen previous to this project that really saved them. If we would have started 6 weeks later, we might have seen a 6-month delay or something like that, just because it's so much. So now they're dealing with it's dry and it's dusty everywhere. So they went from one extreme to another, but they've been great.
Are those classrooms primary at Mesa View? Are they major classrooms?
Those classrooms are support classrooms, so we have some vacancy there with some of the classrooms, so we should be able to move things around, especially where it's gonna be short term. The biggest issue again, as was mentioned, was just traffic. It takes off a junction in that building. So we're gonna have to get with Ms. Ray and just find a plan to get kids outside. And if we're gonna do that, making sure that we have teachers that are willing to be out there with the kids. And last thing we wanna do is send kids home after their breakfast or whatever.
No, I meant the classrooms that need refurbishing.
Yeah, the classrooms are not regular classrooms,
No, they're
they're
not.
like therapy and
There was a music classroom and an art
I
classroom.
was just wondering, why would you, we're building a new school and then we're gonna put money into a.
Sure, and we've been really smart about that as well, so it'll likely be we'll get it up to where it needs to be for a year. We're not ready to totally renovate the total classrooms and get everything. Part of that is us being money smart, and part of that is the insurances watching us with a microscope and making sure that we, don't go above and beyond.
Are there, you know, innovations that can happen for over 100 years, but I'm pessimistic, I'm gonna say never say never. Are there any plans to build up something so that, it doesn't have to get maybe what shrubs or something that will absorb the water?
Absolutely, and it's a great question. So part of that retention pond is not finished, and they're actually working with the city right now to route that retention pond away from the property to the west. So there will be a groundwater plan in place where if there is another event like this, it will go away from the school. So the old school's not really a concern because it's gonna be torn down in a year. The new school, even if you look at the pictures, everything is flooded around the foundation of the school, which to me is a good indicator that they did a good job with their groundwork to make sure that everything would get away from it rather than towards it.
So one of the things that I've actually talked about PSFA after this happened was to mitigate that, just in case it happens again, is we're actually looking at possibly adding a berm to the backside of that property, so that if the Rio San Jose overflows again, we would have a barrier, a little dam, if you will, to kind of, so we're looking at possibly adding that to the project, just in case, so.
So you're in communications with this plan so that you at least input in your suggestions and knowledge of how the flooded areas, because I know, it sounds like Ms. Green was looking at this again, so we just need to make sure we have the right information to all these that are making the plan to help not let this happen again, and that grants facilities is part of that plan.
So we do work very closely with the city. So in the front here, you'll see Washington Avenue. I actually work with the city on that project that they're working, they're putting in new stormwater and curb and gutter in that project, so. And Cooper hasn't been to any of those meetings yet because we haven't had any since he's been here, but we do work closely with the city on those types of things, so.
Perfect, just the last little bit is a picture of the track, just down here. It's kind of a freak thing to see all that water and what, that water's not like a water break, it's coming off the mesa, so all this dirt was displaced and it ended up on our track, so Robert Cohen, they're there now. I mean, if you come by tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., they'll be out there making sure that everything is up to code. And that was really awesome that we had a relationship there and were able to call upon them as they were in the installer. They know how those are supposed to operate. And it seemed like the insurance was really happy that we had that relationship. So they will likely finish at Grants High School football field tomorrow, and then we'll migrate to the baseball field that also had some flooding on the back end. As Ron mentioned earlier, they're doing a significant amount of dirt work around the field currently. The city's been really proactive with that to hopefully mitigate that. And we're well aware of the problems and potential problems at the baseball field, because it's more costly to fix problems rather than mitigate problems. So if we can be really careful and do the things that we need to do on the front end, then on the back end, we don't have all these issues. But again, honestly, if there was flooding to happen, this is type of flooding that you want to happen, because it was pretty clear that it wasn't our fault. It wasn't because the facilities were lacking or anything like that. Insurance has been really easy to just say, yeah, do it, get it ready. And we're really happy that Robert Cohen was able to clean the track as well. That way, our cheerleaders have something that they can cheer on, even if we have to replace the track at a certain point, so.
So Robert Cohen is the one that's doing the artificial, you're talking about the artificial turf or the
And
track?
And the track, yeah, they do all of our sports surfaces, outdoor sports.
The football field actually didn't replace the turf.
None of it.
None.
Wow.
They did a good clean job.
Yeah, so they'll go in and they have this big street sweeper looking thing that's kind of special for this stuff, and it has these brooms on it. And they'll go over the track and the field, and then what they come back and do is they backfill all the beads or the astro or whatever you would like to call it, and make sure that it's all level, any low spots are filled and that kind of stuff. And my understanding is the turf it's made to be rained on, it's breathable, and it's able to vent. The issue is with the sediment, but they're gonna take all that sediment out, so.
It's not gonna rip up when they take the sediment, it's gonna rip up the turf.
Nope.
They use a big vacuum cleaner, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
So one other thing along that note is actually tomorrow evening at 5:30, we're having a community meeting at Mesa View to talk about the beginning of school, and the city is actually gonna be starting their project on Washington, which is gonna pose problems for traffic, so we'll be there tomorrow at 5:30.
Who's meeting?
The city, the school district, we're hosting a community meeting for people that wanna attend.
The mostly parents of the school students.
Actually, the last meeting we had some of the neighbors that came, cause they just wanted to know how the construction traffic was gonna influence the traffic in the neighborhood, so.
We had a pretty good community turnout at the last meeting. And there were people that live in that neighborhood and they just didn't want their road blocked off, and then we started the project.
Parents and stuff.
Are we gonna allow if more than 2 board members attend that meeting?
We just need to put out a PSA, right?
You still have to do 72 hours.
72 hours for that.
'Cause I'll be there.
Okay.
If anybody else.
Were you gonna go?
No, she can do it.
Well, no, two can go,
We
it's
should
just three.
have two representatives, we should.
Do you want
Do you wanna go, Walter? So we should be okay.
The good thing about that meeting as well is our contractor will be there to give really up-to-date answers on how that's gonna affect traffic and all this, so.
So can you send me an email at that time, please? I'll forget since I won't have to.
Absolutely, I'll make sure that is delivered to you.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Jones and Mr. Triplehorn.
Madam President, that takes us to the action items.
Wonderful. Here we go. So our first action item is consideration of approval of the Sharp Technology Partnership. And that is asking to approve a 1-year contract with Sharp Business Systems to provide help desk, remote monitoring and management, and Service Order Center for the Grant Cibola County Schools at a month, excuse me, at a monthly subscription cost of $27,369.65, amounting to $328,435.80 for the year. The funding will come from the Ed Tech Notes Bond and allocations for safety and security. Mr. Widener.
I recommend to approve.
All right, is there a motion to approve the Sharp Technology Partnership as just stated?
The total is 27,000.
$369 a month.
Make the motion to approve a one-year contract with Sharp Business System to provide help desk, remote monitoring and management of the Service Order Center for the Grant Cibola Schools at a monthly subscription cost of $27,369.65.
Is there a second? I will second that. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mrs. Lee to approve the Sharp Technology Partnership as stated for a cost of $27,369.65 for a monthly subscription. Is there discussion?
I have a question, so it's stating a monthly subscription, but isn't this for a whole year? Are we losing more than every month?
Well, I failed to say amounting to $328,435.80 for the year.
I don't know, go through the discussion, but I'm going to try to establish that. I would like to have the two and hear directly from IT, Isaac, Callie, whatever, to what areas that they cannot supply, and then, and Mr. Jaramillo could join us on Zoom, so you didn't have to travel all this way, so that we have consensus of just what we're asking for. Confident in our IT program. The provider stuff that they seem to be lacking on or seem to not have the time to work on these, because they're working on these busy things. So I would just like to put that back out there, that before we further approve this, that we again have a more in-depth presentation by Mr. Jaramillo and Mr.
Madam President, Mr. Weiner, not the presentation was persuasive. I can tell that
Armijo
was genuine and factual in terms of what he considers to be the issues. For that amount of money, and we're concerned about how we interface whatever it is that we're doing, purchasing of this technology to, that it's going to work in tandem with our existing partner. So I need better understanding of what the responsibilities of the current department and what it is going to be doing as this is going to occur. I'm not quite sure that I understood exactly what is the scope of the responsibilities of the current department, and then how it's going to relate to their job. So that's my primary concern. And I understand the explanation, but yet I'm still not quite aware of our current departments, complete roles and responsibilities, and how they will function with this acquisition of appears to be technology that they will provide to us. That's my concern. So I'm not quite in favor of this at this point. Doesn't mean that I won't be in the future, but I'm just going forward. Thank you.
Any other board members?
The only thing I wanna say is, like Ron was saying, there's 500, so they put in so you said there's like 500 reports or 500 people putting in saying, hey, I need this, and it takes them 30 minutes to get to, let's say I have a problem. And then I call IT and I tell them, are we tracking, like what Guy's saying, are we actually tracking the time frame of them helping people with IT issues? Let's say I'm at Mesa View, and all of a sudden somebody calls from Mount Taylor. Printer's going down, our fax machine's going down.
So that's the issue, and it's I can track how long from the inception of a work order in the IT Direct portal to the closure. I can see that it's, 35 minutes or 2 days or 5 weeks. I can look at that, and I can guarantee you that probably the average is at least 1 day before someone addresses a technology issue. In some cases, it may be more, okay? If you're a teacher at Cebolleta and you have a problem with your computer that can't be fixed remotely, it's gonna take a while to get a tech out there, okay? If it can be fixed remotely and someone is looking at the work orders at that time, then maybe you might get it done in a half an hour, okay? The thing with the service desk with Sharp is someone is monitoring those tickets 24/7. So if a teacher's having a problem with their computer at home, they can put a ticket in on their computer, and that agent will either chat back with them or call them or email them, whatever preferred method they have immediately. So they will get immediate response, whereas they get a delayed response, okay? The other problem that we have with our IT department or with the IT work order system that we currently use is there are very few work orders in that system right now, okay? That raises a lot of alarms for me as a director, okay? I know those guys are working their butts off, the gals and guys in that department are working their butts off, but they're not tracking any of their work. Even if they're doing work that's not on a work order, they should be doing a work order, just like maintenance department does. If they go and cut the weeds at Cabero, but there's no work order for it, they put one in, okay? So the IT department doesn't currently track their work. So I could never give you an answer to the board because they haven't done that in the past. That wasn't past practice of them tracking their actual work that they do. Now, they have some planners that they use with Microsoft Planner and stuff like that. They track their projects they're working on, but I cannot account for their time from 8 AM till 5 PM when they leave on a daily basis.
That's what Guy's asking, right? We just wanna be able to document to see if they really need this other supplement.
I wanna see how this is gonna operate.
And if they need it, if they're actually got all these work orders coming in,
It's just a matter of seeing it.
Yeah.
It's seeing the operation, and you just gotta get it down on paper, so we can see what their functions are in relation to this or without. You're saying, Mr. Whitehead, that you want it, but I still don't have a clear picture as to what it is that they're going to be doing. We're saying that they don't do stuff Well, I'm not asking that, I'm just basically saying, articulate what it is that is going to be the roles and responsibilities at this point in time. And it needs to be written down. If we don't have a plan, then that makes it difficult. I'm not sure why we don't have a plan. It's been a year, and so we don't have a plan. So every one of your departments has to have a plan. However rudimentary it is, and they may, your staff may be able to pull it together, but that's important for us to see. I'm sure that the services that they will provide is probably going to be exceptional. But I wanna see that our staff have what the interface is of their role in there, much more clearly than what we hear tonight. So that's where I'm at.
So I have a question, Mr. Widener, Mr. Triplehorn, talking about plans and what plans are. Am I correct in assuming that this is part of the plan to address how this portion of services for 375 administrators and teachers, their licenses, 289 smart boards, 409 computer lab devices, how would this be part of the plan of managing and helping make sure that those are monitored, protected, serviced as needed?
Yeah, so it is actually, that is part of our plan. So the technology plan that the technology team and I are working on, that is not something that you just crank out in even 6 months. If you don't have a plan that you're working off as a basis, which this department didn't have, it takes a long time to develop that. For instance, my facilities master plan that you guys will be looking at next board meeting took almost 2 years to complete that plan. And we had a functional plan that we were working off of. So when you're talking about a lot of moving parts and a lot of stuff, it takes a long time to come up with a good plan, okay? That's not to say that we don't have a rudimentary plan at this point, okay? The other caveat to this is it is a monthly subscription. So we don't have to go into it for a whole year. We could do 2 months. No, it's not working for us. Sorry, Jimmy, see you later. Okay, so it's a monthly bill that we get. We can just terminate it at any point. The reason they give you the year amount is so that we can talk about it in the long-term situation. But if we bring it on and the ELT and the department just agree that it's not working for us, we can always terminate that contract at any point.
So I think that goes with Ms. Hunt Daly and Dr. Guy's question of, so are we then, as a board, approving 1 month, and then we're gonna have to look at this every single month as an expenditure? Or are we looking at it as we are saying we will do this until we terminate? Or,
Right, so.
I'm sorry.
Can I make a suggestion? That
Please.
to help you with this. The board can determine if they want to modify this particular action item and only approve 3 months, for example. Give the district 90 days to implement and evaluate. Happy to come back in a month or two to show you what's working and what's not working. So they don't have to commit to the full $383,000. The reason we put that in there, so you understand the total scope of the project for a year, but if you want to modify it and approve only 3 months, you certainly have the option to do that. That would give us the opportunity to implement it, to work with the department and come back with results.
And along with that, one of the reasons that I think it was good for us to bring the year cost proposal to you guys, to the board, is we need to be transparent, okay? Obviously, there's some emotions or some strong feelings about helping the IT department out with some additional resources, okay? We could have just done a month-to-month thing with them, and we would never had to bring it to the board because it would have been below the threshold of what we have to get board approval for, okay? So, just, because it would have only been $24,000 a month. We don't have to get board approval to spend that, so.
My concern was the employees, and I was glad to hear that we're not gonna touch them, so that was.
Correct.
That was,
And Mr. Ortiz, you know, my goal is actually, I have an empty position that hasn't been filled. And I wanna see what we can do when we're actually doing IT stuff instead of doing that janitorial stuff. So I may hire another employee down the road to focus on wireless access points, that's all they work on, whatever, so. The employees are all safe. We're not gonna do anything with employees.
I know it's a lot of money, but we're going into modern technology, and I mean, I'll use it as an example, I was worried about this kind of stuff. We used to have a room about this size with healthcare files. Like I said, we had, and then they said, okay, we're gonna put them on, in the internet, blah, 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 we're gonna save space, we can do this. And it does, it's just the technology is just so much, you could have so much stuff, you know, I mean, we're growing and growing, I mean, I'm always looking forward into the cutting edge. As to holding on to documents, so we're gonna be growing, like he says, data. So now we're gonna get, next year, we're gonna have first graders starting again. We gotta have data for those first graders coming in or teachers. So the data is gonna continue to grow and grow, and we have to be ready for that type of growing, cause that's how the technology is. PED wants to see us have our meetings online. You know, they wanna see what we're doing. You need that technology.
I like the idea of 3 months. If we don't like them, we get rid of them. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks. I'd rather do that than do a year.
Well, and I think the way it was written in here says that it is a monthly subscription at a cost of 27,000. And then that would be the total for 300. But it does not say in what the action is requesting on our page here. It does not say that we're committing to a year, just to a monthly subscription. So how does the board feel about that for and Mr. Maldonado, thank you for the 3-month idea. That's a very good idea because the implementing, as Mr. Ortiz said.
Trying to see what
In 90 days is.
the process is going to be.
Right.
Plenty of time for, you know, to gauge or to evaluate.
Because it only considered a month. And so we can't change it.
Well, we are able to amend a motion.
My desire is to ensure that we have a document that is our technology plan that would incorporate what we consider to be the department's functions and responsibilities. And those functions and responsibilities of the department, which not necessarily individuals, but the department, would include the acquisition of technology. So that's what I think is important for us to see, is that we understand what it is that what is the service that we're giving to our district from the in this area, and determine whether or not this is something that we should do. But it's a matter of us knowing what is the functions and responsibilities of the department. And then identifying internal capacities to do that, which also means job descriptions or responsibilities. Major areas of effort that need to be undertaken, we need to see those. There are districts that have plans, it may take a while, but I think we can probably come up with some basic rudimentary or first cut at some of the initial pictures of what it is that we say is the technology department's function, what services it can provide. And from that, we can then determine whether or not this would be an enhancement for the district to acquire, just as we did for instruction. All of these, all the software that we've done is an enhancement of instruction. So what you're saying, Mr. Wagner, is that this is an enhancement of technology. Because we need to see the existing framework of the department in some different form, so we know what it is that we're enhancing. So if there's an option of how to do this, then the language of this could be restated. But so long as we make sure that whatever we're trying to enhance, we have written it down. This is what the department is all about. And this is what its functions are. Because we have to evaluate their performance. If we don't have anything written down, then how do we know how to evaluate individual performances of staff? That's what I'm encouraging us to do, is to move ahead, as we have said, with the plan. And the public begins with some of the identification of functions and responsibilities, and then figure out how we're enhancing what we're doing with this technology. 3 months, fine. It could be, it just depends. I'm not saying it against it, I just am concerned about how it really truly interfaces.
So, Ms. Lee. So, let me clarify the technology plan a little bit for you, because I think we've gotten a little. The technology plan is not a document that outlines what the department roles and responsibilities are. The technology plan is a plan of what technology we're gonna acquire in year 1, year 2, year 3, and how we're gonna roll that out, okay? Just like the facilities master plan, it doesn't say what my job duties are. It just says, here's the facilities master plan, okay? So the problem that I'm hearing from Dr. Guy is that we're getting really close to the board evaluating staff. And that's not somewhere we wanna go. That's my job as their director to evaluate the staff. So.
Madam President, I would like to clarify if I did make that insinuation that we would like to evaluate. I'm just saying that that the administration is responsible for evaluating staff, given why we hired them. We hired people to do the job. So we need to, and if they're working in a school, then they will be evaluated by the principal to determine whether they are providing the function and responsibilities that they. The same thing would be for technology. And there's a difference between what the department is and what its plan is going to be. And I think they're trying to do is be forward looking and say this is the plan for the future. And that's what they're trying to work on. What I'm saying is that, well, should we not have a description of the current department and what its functions are? And one way to do that is to utilize their current job descriptions that might help them to determine how to describe the current department. And then you would know how to enhance the current department's functions with this new technology. Maybe I'm not clear. Maybe clear, okay? Sorry.
I don't think you should be sorry. I think, if I may, clarify here in that Mr. Triplehorn has worked with his department, as is his role. And because of working with his department in his role and knowing what all of that is, the recommendation from the director of said department is that this is the best thing for the district at this time in order to have his employees be the most efficient they can be. I am generally summarizing because I obviously don't know the specifics, and that's not my lane at all. So I'm just trying to clarify in general here. So I am gonna ask this of Mr. Widener and Mr. Triplehorn. If the district did not implement this now, what is the vulnerability that we have at this time if we did not, you know, even for just 1 month, if we did not implement this for the start of school next week? If you could maybe simplify some of that for our clarity.
Madam President, so right now, our main vulnerability is our current antivirus and anti-malware licenses are expired, okay? That doesn't mean we're without protection. It didn't just go away, okay? We still have the level of antivirus and anti-malware that we had a month ago when it expired. But we're not getting any new updates. So any new viruses or any new malware that comes out, we're not protected from that right now. Okay. So that's the main vulnerability that we have right now.
Ms. Lee, may I also offer one thing besides this vulnerability? Having a 90-day, so we got brand new computers going out to all the teachers, a huge implementation process. Having a 90-day test period for us, paying monthly, allows us to work to implement the program. We'd be able to get feedback from the users on how much simpler the process was for getting help. We could poll the teachers, we could ask them, you know, did you like this new system? There's no obligation for us, right? But we would be able to have better feedback from the users. Right now, the only feedback we have from users is that they're not using it. And so we know that they're frustrated. I'm one of those users, but we could be able to garner a lot of data from the users to come back to you and say, here's the improvement, here's what we need to learn, and here's what the users are saying about this. And 90 days doesn't obligate us for a whole year. It doesn't dramatically change the landscape of technology. It just adds to a supplemental program that allows us to offer more protection, more customer service, and then we can gather feedback and bring it back to this group.
Okay, at this time then, I would like to amend the motion and say that I would like to amend the motion to approve a 3-month monthly subscription at a cost of $27,369.65 for 3 months with Sharp Business Systems to provide help desk, remote monitoring and management and service order center for the Grant-Cibola County schools. And this will allow us to have 90 days to evaluate whether or not it is something that works for the district, works in conjunction with technology, get feedback from the teachers and the people using the system, and then we can move forward after those 90 days, determining whether or not it's something we would like to terminate or continue based on what those reports are. Does that, so that's my amended motion. Is there a second to the amended motion of 90 days at $27,369.65 monthly?
Second.
Point of order, Mrs. Lee, I did make the request that we not consider until we have full information from the actual IT department that works on these projects. And did hear that they were looking to look for mistakes or people not doing their job. But then I later heard that the problem, one of the problem areas is that the staff was not using these tickets. And so there was no way of tracking staff that weren't doing their job or staff not utilizing the offense, the components of their IT program. And so for me, in layman's terms, that tells me that we're looking for for someone not doing, for staff not doing their job. We're looking for as to reduce staff or blame staff for not filling out these tickets properly. And I understand that, things have to be monitored, and that's not like lesson plans are all about. You have to have lesson plans, you have to know what to do. Okay, and I understand that. But I still go back to my original request that we, before we even act on this, that we hear from both in a joint effort with Mr. Tafoya and provide us the questions that are coming up in my mind. I don't know about anybody else's mind, but when somebody tells me that there's blame here and there, then that gives me a different view of what's really going on. And so I know you made the motion, but I would like to go back to the request that I made, that we table it until we can hear that full report from Mr. Tafoya and Mr. Jaramillo. That was the original premise that I had made. And you told me that it didn't have to be in the agenda, or where was it? That my time to reflect on the action item would be at the time that the action item was being.
Correct, and that would be during discussion, but if you would have, when the recommendation was made by Mr. Widener to approve, that would have been the time to say that I make a motion to table this rather than letting the motion go forward. So if your recommendation is to table, then you have to have somebody who will second that, and then we would all have to vote for the tabling, which is your prerogative, point of order, as you have said. So right now, my motion was to make the amendment, and I'm calling for a second. And if everybody chooses to vote that down, then that terminates that. But the time would have been, is there a motion to approve? And then you could have made the motion to table, which was what you had asked about during the adoption of the agenda. But you didn't ask when you said that you would like for everybody to, well, Mr. Tafoya and Mr. Armijo to come in for a joint presentation, you didn't make a motion to table at that time. So we do have, you didn't say, I make a motion that we table it. You said you would like for that to happen. So if we're gonna follow the rules of order, that would have been the case at that time.
But before you wanted to amend the motion and then you asked for discussion. And so that would be the time when I brought it up that we completely ignored my request at the original onset. And was waiting for the time when I could make the motion, but you beat me to it by trying to amend that motion. So
As it is right now, there's an amended, and I made that motion, so I can ask, is there a second? And if there is no second, then we will go forward and you have the opportunity to request to table it.
So even after the motion, if it's seconded, I still have the opportunity to make my motion?
No, if it's seconded, then we have discussion. Ms. Daly, you can also make a motion. If we make the motion, then you have the opportunity, just as I did, after discussion, to amend the motion. So I will ask for a second. Is there a second for the 90-day?
And I said a second.
Okay, so Mr. Jaramillo has seconded. Is there any discussion?
I can move to amend your amendment
Correct.
to continue to
Table.
table
Postpone.
the motions in order for the joint presentation by Mr. Goya and Mr. Jaramillo be brought before the board.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion.
And I have discussed my way there.
Well, I think that, that's just trying to, that was go back to what we had said at the beginning of the meeting, was that we got to this point that there would be consideration for tabling it. And we went into some constructive discussion about this, and we all went through that, and then we then had a motion that was made by, to approve the way it was written.
Correct.
And then we had further discussion where we were elaborating, Mr. Each on the other side, entered in an idea about creating an option for the language of that. So that's about where we, and I think that, and so.
But now it's back to a table.
Now we're back to the original opportunity to table the motion.
But you have two motions on the
So
floor.
tabling takes precedence.
You need to vote on your amendment before you table the motion.
You can't have two.
We can't have two motions.
You can table the motion.
Yeah.
But you do have to
But we
vote on
do
the
have
amendment
the-
first.
Amendment first.
If you,
Is that correct? Dr. Good?
well.
You can't have two
What you can do
motions.
is you're amending you're amending Mr. Jaramillo's motion to create a 3-month period of trial. So that vote would take place or not, either pass or not, and then either remain. And then, once we do that, then what do you see as being the next?
It's a done deal.
Once we amend the original motion, then what do you see would be the next?
I hear you.
Okay.
I'm looking right now at. Okay, so what has technically happened here are 3 motions. So the first motion that was made was as what is been presented and stated here.
Correct.
And we had discussion.
Yes.
And then I moved to amend to the 90 days option for that possibility.
Yes.
We had further discussion. And now another amendment is now asking to table the motion. And so technically that's 3 motions on the table, which we can't do, and so I'm trying to,
If you make the amendment, if you vote on the amendment up to that, if you vote it down, then remains his original motion, right?
correct,
If we vote to approve your amendment, then your amendment replaces the original.
the original motion.
So then we go back to voting on that. And so that's where you, I think, you resolve itself. Is by voting, you vote it down, and it reverts back to this on its original motion, which we have not voted on.
Correct.
If we vote, if the board approves your amendment, then that is the motion that would be the main motion for us to vote on. Then that's when her motion to consider tabling can occur. She can call for the tabling before we ever take a vote on your amended motion.
Correct.
And then we would vote to table, either accept the tabling or vote down the table, and then your motion would remain.
So the question, I'm gonna just read what is right here.
Good.
And it says, members would say, I call the question to end a debate or discussion. The motion must be seconded and voted upon without further discussion.
Yes.
A call for the question requires a 2/3 majority vote to pass. And at this point, the members must immediately vote on the motion on the floor.
On the floor is your amended motion,
Is the amended motion,
that's the second.
correct?
So you're saying we would call for the motion.
Well,
Question.
yes,
Call,
yes, call, I call the question
that's what
is
anyone else
what
could say.
anyone could say.
And that would basically say, stop talking, just vote on.
The amended of 90 days,
So you're saying that we would, to do that, this,
correct?
okay.
That's the motion that is on the floor at this time. Does the board need me to restate that motion?
Well, we want somebody to state call question. So any of you can say, I call on the president, this is not about president, I call questions.
So somebody could call the question.
No.
He
Ron
didn't.
or you, Walter, you could do that too.
So you would just say, I call the question. To
So I don't
end,
have to
no,
sit in this, so I call a question to end.
And that's just a procedural thing to, let's get it up.
yes. So then I would say it has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mrs. Lee to approve the Sharp Technology Partnership as amended for a 90-day subscription at a cost of $27,369.65 per month for 3 months.
So you made that motion?
She
No.
didn't.
I made,
She did, and then I seconded it.
yeah, I
No,
apologize.
yeah.
Correct. I
Just getting
apologize. I
confused.
flipped it backwards. Good
Okay,
catch,
that's-
sir.
thank you.
Good catch, sir. So it has been moved by Mrs. Lee and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve. So, and that ends discussion. So we call the vote.
And she can then ask. Okay.
Correct.
No, we have to, you have
After
to,
you vote.
It has to be
Vote on the
after the
amendment
vote.
first.
It's after the vote.
You only want
If it
Can't
dies,
have two open motions.
one motion on the floor.
if it dies now, then she can
And yes,
so
table.
restate where we're at so that we can all be
Okay.
on the same page.
correct. So it has been moved by Mrs. Lee and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve the Sharp Technology Partnership for a 90-day period at $27,369.65. It has been called by Mr. Jaramillo. We shall proceed to a roll call vote.
Dr. Shambo.
No,
Mrs. Hunt Daly. Mr. Jaramillo.
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz.
I'm gonna vote yes.
Aye. So the motion carries. So we have a 90-day,
amendment.
Right, and if we don't like it, it can go.
correct,
Or if they don't like it.
90 days will give us a lot of time to.
Now,
correct.
we had talked about her table here. Is that?
The tabling had to occur
It had to go
when
right here.
the action item was first presented. So the tabling had to occur right when I asked for the recommendation for that. So the tabling now,
What we needed to do is to make sure we're clarifying.
correct,
So that, write this down. Thank you.
we're gonna get
That's
it,
what we did.
correct,
Okay.
correct,
And, okay,
correct.
all right.
So the second item is the consideration of approval of the tribal Head Start memorandums of understanding. Is there a recommendation, Mr. Widener?
I recommend that we approve those.
So is there a motion to approve the tribal Head Start memorandums of understanding as presented by Mrs. Griego earlier?
I'll make a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding program years from 2024 to 2027. Is it for 3 years?
And that is with Rama,
Grants Head Start.
and Grants Head Start.
Oh, I didn't mention that, sorry.
Thank you. And is there a second?
No second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the Tribal Head Start Memorandum of Understanding with Rama, Haku, Laguna Department of Education, and Grants Head Start. Grants Head Start. Is there any discussion?
I have a question for Ms. Gray. Is the, each individual agency see this in the system?
Yes, yes, everyone has a copy.
They all.
They have not all signed. I've been waiting for our electronic signature. And so I will get those out to Rama and I have 2 signatures, I'm waiting for 2. For Rama and Haku. I've had conversations with them. I've spoke to the director of Rama, the superintendent for Rama Schools. I did speak with him. And I spoke with the director of the early childhood for Laguna Department of Education. That was, and she was gonna get the signature from the interim superintendent, which I think has changed to superintendent in the last few weeks. And then I did get the signature from the director for Grants Head Start. And Haku, I will send it out as an electronic signature. I've spoke with them as well.
So my question is, should we amend that to include verbal approval? Because right now we don't have signed approval from all the participants except for a verbal agreement.
Well, I think, and also I think technically the board doesn't necessarily have to approve the memorandum. Because it's an understanding. We still have to provide it. If there's a delay, then it delays our services and school starts next week. So it's an agreement so that we can begin seeing the students with our therapy services. And it's the signature pages are for the superintendent and the superintendents of their departments or the lead department, the directors. So that's who signs the MOUs, is our superintendent.
Okay, so if we didn't have to put, I'm looking at the intent of this agreement. And the fourth one says, ensure that cooperative grades and DCCS, DOE DEC programs are developed, implemented, and preserved. And they all say that ensure, so I guess, LRE. And this is only for Laguna Department of Ed. Then you go to the other one, and it says the same thing except for ensure that between DCCS and RMSD/8/EI programs are developed, implemented, and preserved. Basically the same thing, we're ensuring that we all agree, but we haven't gotten signatures. So we amend the motion to include acceptance of verbal agreements. I don't know if that would be.
Well, I'm gonna ask for clarification for all of our sake here. So this agreement has already been presented to everybody.
It's been presented to all
And
agencies.
the understanding in the past and going forward is that both sides are signing it in order to provide for the services for the children. So if the board decided not to approve this evening, how is that impacting our children in the district?
They could file a state complaint that us as the LEA, that we are denying services to their students in need. It could be a state complaint.
And we've also already received the award letter for this. So this is really a pro forma event.
It's a
Because-
part, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
and
Yeah.
it impacts our IDEA funding, that an IDEA funding is what helps provide pay for our therapists and our services to our private schools. So not only that, it impacts the federal funding that we receive.
So we're doing this in good faith,
Yes.
essentially, so that we're saying that we
Yes.
as the district are providing these services. And if they choose not to sign, that is on
Yes.
them. But this is our good faith to
Yes.
provide for all of these
Yes.
children.
Because again, it is also included in our IDEA federal funding.
It's part of the requirements under Part B. of the
Yes.
IDEA.
So I don't think we need to
Well,
amend
it's a
verbal.
performance, that means basically is that we're basically declaring something that you would probably do anyway,
Yes.
Mr. Wagner.
And it's an awareness so that you know that this is what our district is responsible for. We have responsibilities as the LEA.
Is there,
Yeah, and I understand that, but I go down to section 9, dispute resolution. In the event that misunderstanding of difference of opinion occurs with regard to the decisions necessary to accomplish the objectives of this agreement, both sides will meet to come to a solution. So,
And that's between special education department and each individual ECDC, which is the early childhood developmental centers. Meaning if they don't like our processes for evaluation and everybody gets to disagree, say we denied a referral or a therapy service for a student, they can go through a complaint process. They don't always have to agree with what our therapists write out in reports.
so we have a certain amount of procedures that we provide. And a dispute might arise that where they insist that we provide something that we don't normally provide.
No, they could dispute an evaluation is what it is. They can dispute an evaluation. And so there's always disputes for dependent upon whether, they can't always assume that they're going to receive services. It goes through an evaluation process.
Okay, so we could dispute when they say, well, you have to provide
Sure,
emotional.
yes. They can come and say that Grantsville County School Special Education Department needs to provide autistic training at their school site for every educator providing services to students with autism. And so I could say, well, I'm not the educator at your school site. That could be a possible dispute. However, as an LEA and building those bridges and bonds with our early childhood centers and those students that will come into our school district, I would never deny it. We would figure out a plan to support the staff.
And all of this is based on the IEP team's decisions.
Absolutely. And the diagnostic and the evaluation teams.
In both directions, both the.
Yes. And parents are always involved, yes, and they have an LEA from their side.
They actually are the ones who drive this agreement. And the two organizations agree to help the parents whose child has been served and how to are at the agreement.
Yes, and we're part of it, and also each one of these departments, we are all part of a bigger united, it's called like CCEC, it's got a long acronym, and we work with our La Vida, we work with our hospitals, and we also make sure that we are assessing all of our 3-year-olds and birth up to 3 to make sure that we are getting the right services.
So the family requires Anku or NAMA to comply. And Head Start has its own mechanisms by which to monitor the agreements that are occurring for the child. And so it's primarily based upon referrals and assessments and IEP team decision making. And both Head Start and Head Start state and national know that idea must be adhered to by the Head Start programs along with cooperating LEAs such as us or even at Raymond School.
Yes.
So necessarily, we don't have to provide services that we don't agree to in this work.
We provide services for what the IEP team says.
Yes, based upon an evaluation, yes.
so is there further discussion?
I understand your concern, Emily, but I think there's sufficient language there that protects the interests of the parents who are the primary focus on this thing and
Parents are always part of the team.
both the grants and Mr. Weiner and the others will make sure that they reach out in a timely fashion and get them to sign off as soon as possible, because those parents could be waiting for services, referrals. We're ready to do it.
And just one last comment, and I don't know if anybody has been here long enough to say that a dispute has ever arisen between all of us, four parties, that we can take into account that we have to provide these services.
Well, I don't know if, I don't know if there's been a dispute between the agencies, but I know it could also come out as a state complaint because we get evaluated for child fine and making sure that we are the LEA. So the PED also monitors, they are an oversight, and we have to provide child fine services for students in need. And it says 3 to 12-year-olds. And so that's usually where a dispute would come from. The 3 years that I've been in this position, it's usually a corrective action that we are not providing adequately and looking for those students that are in need.
I just remembered a legal case that we had back in 2014, where a couple of
Could be.
parents took us to court or were suing us for not providing services that we said we were going to provide, or they thought that we were going to provide, but it was not in our special ed.
And usually in early childhood, because they're not in, they haven't been introduced into academics, it's therapy services. Speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy. That's
All right,
usually what
further
these needs.
discussion? Anything further? All right, hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daily?
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Consideration of approval of the purchase of fleet vehicles, Mr. Widener.
Okay, so the next two, you did not see presentations on, but you have the action items there. The item C is, I recommend that we approve the purchase of two 2024 F-150 XL single cab pickups from Corley Ford for a total price of $80,148.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the purchase of two 2024 F-150 XL single cab trucks from Corley Ford of Grants, New Mexico for a total price of $80,148?
Do we have that in our packet?
Yeah.
It's in action items.
I see it, I'm ready to put it, the all of the stuff.
Pass her down that one.
So is there a motion to approve the purchase of the two fleet vehicles?
I make the motion to approve the purchase of two 2024 F-150 XL single cab trucks from Corley Fords of Grants, New Mexico for the total price of $80,148.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Dr. Archambault to approve the purchase of two 2024 F-150 XL single cab trucks from Corley Ford of Grants, New Mexico for a price of $80,148. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Ashambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daily?
Yes.
Mr. Hadamio?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Next will be consideration of approval of the IDEA grant application. Mr. Weiner.
The IDEA grant is annual, so every year we have to, the new fiscal year starts, we have to apply for it, we have to send it in. It has to be approved by the board. So we've already sent it in, cause it's the new fiscal year, but it does have to be approved by the board. So I recommend that you approve the IDEA-B application for the 24-25 school year.
Is there a motion to approve the IDEA-B grant application?
One more question. You already signed it, school board president?
The IDEA?
No.
It says right here to fully execute the application and approval page containing the signatures from parent representative, director of special ed services, fiscal planner, superintendent, school board president. You said you already submitted it, but without the signature page.
Correct. Ours will go in after, we'll send in the signature page after it's approved. It's all electronic and then you have to send in the.
So is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the IDEA-B grant application. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Oh, wait a minute, I have a question because I just not thought. Does this include St. Joseph's
Yes,
services, St.
Yes.
Joseph's and St. Teresa's?
yes, because we have to include funding, we get funding for our private schools.
Is it where they're LEA?
Yes, we are the LEA for St. Joseph, and I have to put the number of students that we service on there. So that's where they make our calculations. And then I also have to include we support tribal students on tribal lands. I don't know if it showed up on that one, but that is one of the questions also.
Cause I know we had discussion about tonight, about the non-certified teachers and.
Yeah. The application that Mrs. Lee I'll need her signature on it. I can give you a copy of that one. It has more questions on it.
Thank you.
Anything further? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Ashambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daily?
Yes.
Mr. Hadamio?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, motion carries. Next will be consideration of the expenditure of K-12 for the complete student classroom furniture refresh at Grants High School in the amount of $603,547.44. Superintendent Widener.
I recommend that we do approve. We talked about the different bidding and the optics and I recommend to approve.
Is there a motion to approve the expenditure of K-12 for the complete student classroom?
I'll make the motion to approve the expenditure of $603,547.44 to K-12 for the complete student classroom furniture refresh at Grants High School.
And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Dr. Archambault to approve the expenditure of K-12 for the complete student classroom furniture refresh at Grants High School in the amount of $603,547.44. Is there discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Ashambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daily?
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Next is the consideration of approval of the instructional platforms and assessments and Renaissance Freckle math interventions. And I will clarify here that that is Lexia in the amount of $84,730.50 in addition to the Renaissance subscription in the amount of $156,176.79, including the renewal of existing subscriptions as well as the cost of adding Freckle. Mr. Widener,
I recommend to approve.
thank you.
Which, you said Lexia? This is
Lilo, yes.
Lexia, two different. Excuse me. Sorry, the voice. Oh, I see what the problem is. These referred back to the original board items, but not a motion statement. So that's why you had to create the motion statement.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So is there a motion?
There is a motion as stated.
Okay.
As
I'll take
created,
it.
as created.
I'll take care of that in the clarification.
In the amount, one will be in the amount for Renaissance. And then the other
No,
will be
Renaissance
for
is
Lexia.
156, yes. And so it says consideration of approval of the instructional platforms and assessments and Renaissance Freckle math interventions. So that is why I was clarifying that by saying Lexia in the amount of $84,730.50 and the Renaissance for $156,176.79. Because those are the two platforms that we just had the presentations on. So is there a second? Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the instructional platforms and assessments, Lexia in the amount of $84,730.50, Renaissance and the Freckle math interventions in the amount of $156,170. Let me rephrase that, restate that. $156,176.79. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Ashambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. And our last action item, consideration of approval of the fielding of an RFP for board legal services. Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation for approval of the fielding of an RFP for board legal services?
I recommend that we do build an RFP for board legal services. You may want to discuss that.
Yes.
May I edit motion before we make a. Same language, proceed to the fielding by the board of an RFP for legal services to be discussed and developed by the board administration at a subsequent board meeting.
That sounds wonderful. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try and
Your memory's gone?
do, it's gone, it's 10:30 at night.
I brought my breakfast.
Okay, so I'm going to make sure that I get this correct here. Is there a motion to approve the fielding of an RFP
By the board of an RFP for legal services
for board legal services to be
designed and approved, to be designed by the board and administration and approved by the board. That's my approach. And you want me to explain?
No, I think that's okay. Board members, do you need him to explain? I don't think so. Do you need any clarification?
Ms. Lee, I need to point something out. So the New Mexico procurement law, right, allows for the state agent to field the any RFPs, not an entity, but the state agent to do that. So while the board can recommend and I discuss what qualifications they want to look for, the board cannot, according to this regulation, actually develop that RFP that has and field it. That has to be done by the state agent, which is we have 3 of them, certified procurement officers, of which I'm the chief procurement officer. So just a point of process to make sure that everyone's clear on the process. While you have plenty of opportunity to provide input as to what you want in that RFP, the state agent is the only one who can actually complete it and field it. And then they can come back to the board after it's been scored for a review, discussion, you can have presentations, find whoever responds. But just as a point of process, I wanna make sure we're all clear on how exactly that works.
Member on that board?
I'm sorry?
All of us should be.
Oh.
No, on the scoring committee, you can have 2, but otherwise it's going to be a public scoring and you can't do that either.
Last time we did it all of us did it.
Let's, why don't we dispense with this?
Right.
Let's have a meeting at which time we explore the
Fielding,
how
So
the
the-
district can field
right.
the RFP and we can
So I
hash out
think
the,
the clarification, and I hear exactly what you were saying, but I'm also hearing exactly what the cautionary statement is here. So we cannot say that the board is going to field the RFP. That was what you said in yours. So if I may try to get this all correct here. So it would be, is there a motion to approve the fielding of an RFP for board legal services to be, I don't think designed is the right word, discussed and determined?
I would propose this, Ms. Lee, just for simple clarification, and we'll still get the thing done for you. What the motion I think might be easier for everyone to comprehend and follow is that you make a motion for the board to request administration to field an RFP for board legal services, period. That's the motion, and then you can tell me what process you want for input, that's perfectly acceptable. And that way, you're making the request for the superintendent to get an RFP out there for board legal services. And you also made it clear, so after that vote, and you've also made it clear that you want involvement in input into the content.
And I've written that down as a possible future agenda item for August 6th, next week.
So we right now have consideration of approval of the fielding of an RFP for board legal services. So what is it that you are looking, because I am hearing 100% and that the board needs to be involved in,
Yeah.
you know, the services.
An RFP that retains board counsel, that's what it basically says in the policy. But I have a difference of a viewpoint on that, so I would prefer to have us hash those things out. In other words,
Understood.
in other words, to just, at the next board meeting, bring those different, perspectives on who has what authority on designing and building. Mr. Maldonado has his perspective based upon his building capacity. I have a different viewpoint, and so I believe we need to work that out so that the board is able to deliberate and determine what is it that the board can do and what is it that the administration does. I think we need to, I don't want to preempt anybody, so I prefer to just have us have a meeting where we outline those different perspectives and seek to resolve them. And so we don't have to act on this tonight. We can just agree to sit down and figure out, okay, when we bring it up, let's resolve those things. If Mr. Maldonado's position is what it is that we wish to follow, and he can clarify and expand entirely, and if I'm able to state what I think is our capacity, then I would want to seek some legal advice to also share that with him. I don't want to have you just listen to me and say, this is what I think. I think we may need to get some legal advice on trying to clarify for the board the extent to which the board cannot do the whole thing. The board must have the administration assume the responsibility of making sure that that it is undertaken properly. But we have to define this exactly to what extent is the board, how much of the board, what can the board do? And that's what I prefer to do than to belabor. So I'd rather just have a meeting where we discuss the legal.
So Ms. Hunt Daly is gonna.
Yeah, I'm going back on what Mr. Ortiz referred to, that we have set precedent. This happened in
19.
or
19.
the 19th, where all the RFPs were brought before the board, and we made the decision.
Absolutely, understood. Yes, ma'am.
We did that again, according to Ron, I'm trying to remember what
But
year
I
that
think
was. So we've set precedent by by allowing the board to make that decision.
But now, let me ask for clarification here, though. The fielding of that brought in the responses. And then the board looked at those responses and made the decision, correct? So I think that for what we're trying to get at here is not saying that, you know, there's no input on what legal services or the procedure for fielding them. Is that what,
The language at the time was that, and I know that at the time, we had McCuddy as our legal counsel. And then, but there was
do you mean Cuddy and McCarthy?
yes,
Okay.
and then, but some of the board wanted to also hear from Ortiz, I don't remember what his first name is. So they all presented, we had every single attorney firm come in and make their presentation. And then at the end of the meeting, we called for a vote and we decided to stay with McCuddy. And nobody else heard those presentations except the entire board, and that was with Mr. Jones, myself, Mr. Stewart, and Mr.
Oh, that would have been before 2019 then.
There's twice. What I'm just saying is that, I don't want to get into, things, I just want to have us have a discussion where we actually outline find out, verify what confirm what the legal authority is for the board and the administration, as he said, to field an RFP for legal services. That's all. I think if we had the right people to discuss this and say, okay, board, this is what you can do. This is what the procurement office is able to do, then we can then say, okay, that's what
So just to get us all on the same page, the next meeting, we're having our second read on policy, which was going to, that we had our first read last week. And then next week, we are gonna have our second read on those policies, having council, do that with us. So at this time, would you be requesting that council help outline to the board what that RFP process is in addition to what the state procurement law and process is as well? Because right, okay. So,
May I need to warn you that if you do that and you have input from a law firm
and
that is helping you to in any way design an RFP, then they will be excluded from bidding in that RFP. I would propose that we, and even if you brought an attorney to challenge that, that firm would also be precluded, because we have to make sure that we avoid the appearance of impropriety, the appearance of not being impartial. And that's why in New Mexico law 13.9, I can cite it for you, it clearly states how to keep the board at arm's distance from any law firm that would seek to provide input and specifications. That is clear in the New Mexico law, procurement law. It's clear if a furniture place came in and told us, here's what we want you to put in the RFP, then those people would be precluded. We have warned other vendors that you cannot help me with that. That's why it's an arm's distance process, right? It has to be that way. It has to be. It doesn't matter what you did in the previous years. That doesn't matter. What matters now is, are we going to follow the law? And following the law is we need to be extremely careful as a board, as an entity, not to put the district at risk, because any firm can challenge that, make a claim, and we would pay money off of that. And it's not worth it. To provide input is one thing, right? That's great, we can do that. But you must remember that it's the obligation of this organization to do things fairly and impartially and to follow the law, and for those people who have a direct interest in that to be at arm's distance. So that would be my input.
And a lot of this is filed for 2
Yeah,
years,
I
so
can
everything's
understand, so
being
we call
recorded.
somebody in, then what he's saying is that they might find themselves in an awkward position,
Okay,
if they want to.
so the,
So I'm trying to think of a different alternative. There is an alternative probably, and we need to, seek advice from an authority who has
the state,
capacity.
The state
The
General
state.
Services Procurement Office can give us their opinion. Once they do, they're the lawmaker. Those are the people I go to when I have questions, all right? I don't go to a law firm, I don't go to anyone else, I go to the State Procurement Office, General Services. I'm specific in my question, I get an answer. I'm happy to ask them to provide us with the process and bring that to the board on August 6th, so that everyone's clear and that you're not taking it just from me, even though I'm the CPO and the state agent certified by the state.
So,
Doesn't hurt my feelings to do that.
right, so,
President Lee, my suggestion is that we table this. And you guys think about what you need from your legal services. We will bring this back on August 6th, we will talk about it. We won't include Ms. Gallegos in the process. We will talk about it as a board. And then Mr. Maldonado can bring the information from the State Procurement Office.
And we could also call the state procurement office too.
Why don't we, maybe we want to draft a letter to the State General Services Office and state what is their opinion of what options are.
So
I
I would-
wanna say that we would
right.
do it ourselves and then.
I was gonna say, I would recommend that individually. And then, because obviously we can't do, us together unless we are in an open meeting having discussion, because that would be rolling forum.
Right,
But you could certainly pose your questions, and you could include Mr. Widener in that, so as to avoid rolling quorum.
We could do a board work session, like before our meeting.
But that is a public forum.
Yeah, right.
It has to be public.
Yeah.
That's the open meetings new that we heard last week.
We can do that, I think we can do.
Have a
like,
work session.
A query to them that would be posing what are the scopes and limitations
And sharing that with
and
Mr. Widener
we can
to
decide
avoid
how
quorum.
Are we ready to really think about it, because the meeting next is on the 6th, which is next
Tuesday, week from today.
We can also wait until the next meeting to get it caught up, because this might end up taking a little bit of time.
Agreed.
So do you want,
So
is it okay to wait till the second? Or do you-
Table.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So Ms. Hunt Daly, if you would mind,
Well, I'll do it, I'll move to table the,
okay,
I'll move to table the motion regarding fielding of the RFP for legal services.
is there a second? All right, it has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to table the consideration of approval of fielding an RFP for board legal services. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval.
Dr. Ashambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly. Yes. Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Consent agenda. We're getting there, everybody.
I recommend you guys approve the consent agenda items in your packets.
So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda for June of 2024?
I make the motion to approve the consent agenda for June 2024. 2024.
Is there a second? Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the consent agenda as listed, including the bills and expenditures report for June of 2024. We shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Ashambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daily. Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Mr. Widener, announcements.
So earlier, Mr. Triplehorn did talk about the Mesa View event tomorrow night. I know a couple of you said you would be there. August 5th is our professional development day. We will have all staff back. We'll have a guest speaker, Thomas Blackwell, here, and it will be a great event on August 5th. August 6th is the teacher workday where they can set up their classrooms. It's the union negotiated workday for all teachers. We begin classes on August 7th and everybody kind of has a plan of where they're going to be. We're gonna be out in the schools and everybody that works at central office will be out there kind of supporting the schools and welcoming the kids back. August 12th, our pre-K classes start. And then August 28th is a professional development day. Those are a few of the upcoming announcements of things we have happening.
Mr. Mayor, can we, any board members accompany you guys whenever you want to any schools?
Absolutely.
So you might give us a kind of schedule where you're gonna be, I'm sure that it's probably gonna be flexible.
I'm planning to start at Laguna Acoma and then come to Lambs and go to Grants High School and the early college. So I'm doing all the secondary schools. Last year I did all the elementaries. So, but
Okay.
let me know if you'd like to tag along.
Okay.
I'd love that.
What day was that?
August 7th.
Wednesday after the board meeting. And then future agenda items.
Future agenda, I actually wrote a couple of things as we were meeting tonight. I do have a request from Mrs. Hunt Daly for an E-rate report. And I will have that prepared and ready for next meeting. We are doing the policy second read at the next meeting. I wrote down that we probably should include the technology master plan and talk about what Mr. Triplehorn has there. I also wrote down that we need to bring back from the table the action item where we do an RFP for board legal services, but that's on August 20th. And so, yes,
I
ma'am.
know we discussed this, because, the strategic plan, we were going to use a committee to go through that, and it's the same preface as the RFP, that is a board decision, and so that we need to, what we discussed was, what we've done in the past is have a individual come in, actually that is nice, come in and get a good report or fielding of ideas and concerns from community, from staff, from tribal offices. And so we'd like to bring that back to the board that we are the ones, that is our responsibility. It is our strategic plan, but we like to get into it, so we had talked about using Mr. Williams,
Mr. Williams did it before, now they have a PED consultant that will help us with it.
Do you want to discuss that the next meeting or
Yeah,
following
that's-
board meeting?
Strategic plan?
Next,
I think we were considering talking about it when Mrs. Lightfoot was here the end of August.
So August 20th? Okay.
tentatively,
We make it a board
Just,
decision rather than a committee.
absolutely.
Discussion, yeah, already.
All right, Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation to adjourn?
I recommend that we adjourn.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn? And is there a second to adjourn? Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to adjourn the meeting. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call
Do we
please.
have to give you the blues too?
Oh, you better give her the blues. She'll be upset if you don't. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call please.
Shambo,
Mm.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes. Myself,
Mr. Jaramillo,
yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board adjourned at 10:55 PM. Thank you all.